Hey hi, it's siideeye. Yes, I know it's spelled weird, stop asking me about it. Now, you may say that a preamble for a video this long is maybe a bit excessive. And you would be right, this entire video is excessive. But I would like to add some context to what you're about to watch. This is a compilation of my two big Pokemon videos, analyzing Pokemon BDSP and Legends Arceus, and you were wrong about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I was reflecting on what these videos were really about outside of just reviews of their respective games, and I realized that I made a pretty good document on the Pokemon franchise in the latter years of the Switch 1. You know, people have always had complaints about the franchise and how lazy they think it is and other such things. But for some reason, in the latter half of the Switch 1's life cycle, people got really toxic about it. And I think combining these two videos can put these games into a little bit of a better context, so that we can maybe have a little bit more of a healthy conversation about these games and their place in the series, and what it means for the future. That, and I wanted to get on this YouTube videos to fall asleep trend. And I also want to add a couple of disclaimers before we get into the main meat of these videos. Number one, these videos were made a couple years apart from each other, and you could tell. The first one was finished in early 2023, when I was more inexperienced in script writing, enunciating, video editing, knowing when a gag had overstayed its welcome, actually speaking into the microphone, etc. The Scarlet and Violet video was made over a very long time, and just finished last year. So I had quite a bit of time to improve my overall video making skill. So keep that in mind. Disclaimer number 2, going off that point, there's also times in these videos where I speculate on where the franchise is going. And due to the nature of speculation, a lot of these predictions didn't come true. So also keep that in mind. And final disclaimer, specifically for the Scarlet and Violet review, I've never commented on this, but when I was recording the gameplay footage for my initial Scarlet playthrough, I recorded it in the wrong bitrate. So Scarlet and Violet, already not great looking games, but having a bad bitrate on top of that does it absolutely no favors. Fortunately, I did fix this once I started recording footage for the DLC, but if the footage of Scarlet and Violet looks a bit more grainy than usual, that's why. And with that, I'm gonna get out of here and let you enjoy this 4.5 hour monster of a video. If you need to watch this in parts or over the course of days, weeks, months, I totally understand. Because, woo, this video goes places. Anyways, happy Pokemon Day and 30 years of Pokemon. Now, let's celebrate by seeing where they fucked up. I should probably start this off on the right note. Okay, screw it. I love Pokemon. I feel like I need to state that out of the gate, since talking about this children's franchise on any platform is a bit tumultuous to say the least. So yeah, I love Pokemon. Bold, I know, it's only the most profitable franchise of all time. But also let me say this, I totally get it if you don't. I think a certain brown-haired white guy with glasses said it best when he said that Pokemon is really hard to get into if you don't grow up with it. I'll be the first to admit that a lot of my love and appreciation of the series comes from experiences from my childhood. And I think from the outside looking in, Pokemon looks like one of the most boring and formulaic video game franchises in the world. Why do so many people like these baby games made for babies and idiots? Well, Strawman, I created specifically for this video, while I don't think anyone has to explain why they like something, I do want to give my perspective a bit. I've been playing video games for about as long as I can remember. Aside from a plug-and-play Sonic game, the first game I really remember playing was Leaf Green on my GBA SP. Now, seeing as I could barely read and the most complicated motor function I could perform at the time was shoving rocks into my ear, I didn't get very far. But what I did see then was a world full of adventure, funny-looking creatures, and seemingly open possibilities. The idea that I could choose any 6 of these hundreds of cool guys and then take them on an epic journey was immediately engaging to me, causing me to replay every generation multiple times, restarting my save file to go through it all again. To this day, meeting your party members is still one of my favorite parts of any RPG, and I believe this series instilled that in me. I'm not even going into challenge runs or anything like that. I've never done a Nuzlocke,
Monotype,
Wedlock, Scramble challenge,
Gauntlet
Wonderlock, Egg Trading,
Team Rocket
No
Challenge,
Free Healthcare,
the
In Challenge,
the Honor
the
lowest max possible,
the No Level Up
Soul
Challenge.
Link? What the fuck is that?
I just play them vanilla. I loved planning out the 6 guys I'm gonna catch, finding the fastest route to get them, and playing the game until I beat the Elite Four or the post game. So now that I've established where I'm coming from, I want to actually get to the point of this video. Recently, I did concurrent playthroughs of the 2 newest Pokemon games, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus. Playing through these games at the same time, one being as classic Pokemon as you could possibly get, and the other being this wild new step for the franchise, made me extremely discombobulated as a fan, to say the least. I felt like I was split into 2 different fucking beings. One yearning for the true perfection of the classic formula with all the quality of life features, and another wanting Pokemon to finally take a bold new step and shake up the formula. By the time I finished both these games, I had a lot of feelings on them and the future of the series, hence this video. I have positive and negative things to say about both of them, so I'm not playing any favorites here. In fact, I'll go ahead and say this. If I were to condense my complicated and heavily biased feelings on BDSP and Legends Arceus into a numeric score, I would give them both the same score. What that score is, I won't reveal until near the end of the video. So the way I want to format this vomit of thoughts and feelings on children's games goes like this. This will be a 3-part series where in part 1 I'll do a quick review of BDSP, and then in part 2 I'll do a slightly less quick review of Legends Arceus. And then in part 3 I'll give some thoughts on the future of the series, as well as tie up a lot of thoughts I had in the past 2 parts in a neat little bow, and explain how future releases can learn from these 2 games, providing Game Freak is actually given the opportunity to learn it all. Alright, I'm already getting ahead of myself. Fuck it, let's go. Okay, look, there's a reason why this section is called what it is. So let me put it like this. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the best traditional Pokemon games on the Switch. Here's why. These games' only redeeming quality is the fact that you can see shiny Pokemon in the overworld. This is perhaps the most conflicted I've ever felt about a game in my life, and these are pretty good remakes of already great games. I don't have a galaxy brain take that will make you reconsider everything you've ever thought about art in the universe. I like these games because I like traditional Pokemon. I'm also a Gen 4 baby, so I'm extremely biased. I replayed Diamond and Platinum at least 10 times over when I was a kid, and screamed my head off when I found out Lucario was in Smash Brothers. So I guess I can only get so mad at the game once the intro plays, and I'm back in Twin Leaf Town just like I was when I was 8 years old. Now that's not to say I don't have negative things to say about these games, but that'll wait until the end of this segment. Let's start off with the positives. Man, I just love Sinnoh. This is a weird-ass region. I've always loved how much you go up and down and all around in these games. The fact that you have to pass through Hearthome and not fight the gym leader until 2 whole badges later when you circle back to the town blew my fucking mind as a kid. The many cool ways they subvert the general Pokemon region layout in Gen 4 always impressed me. Also, the fact that Mount Coronet is a central landmark that you have to pass through multiple times throughout the main story really makes Sinnoh feel unique. Bit of an unscripted moment here, but I also wanted to point out the fact that this particular generation really dives deep into the mythology, and while I'm not usually like a lore person, I find that stuff really compelling when it's put into games that don't usually have it. Like, Elder Scrolls lore goes so deep and so crazy, but the fact that it's like a big RPG, like mega fucking fantasy thing, that doesn't really appeal to me. But the fact that they put that stuff in the Pokemon, that stuff really, I don't know, I just think it makes Generation 4 specifically special. Like, I know they did sort of the same thing in Gen 3, but I don't know, I've always loved the way that they implemented it here. Now, what does this have to do with the remake specifically? Not very much, honestly. But I think what the remake does do well is bring the region into the HD era in a solid way. That's right, I like the way the game looks. This is probably where my opinion differs from most of the people watching this video, and I get it. From a glance, and even in motion in a lot of instances, BDSP does not look stellar. Take a magnifying glass to any frame of this game and you will see muddy textures and generic looking graphics. But here's the thing, I kinda don't care. When it comes to media, I like to look at things from a distance and see things as a whole package, and not comb through every single minute detail. So when I look at BDSP as a whole, I really like the art style and vibe of it. First off, I'm a fan of the chibis. I think it was a really smart choice to have an extreme difference between the overworld and the end of battle models, just like the originals. If they wanted to, they could have just made it like Gen 7 and have both be basically the same in terms of proportions, but they didn't. It wasn't any laziness on ICLA's part. This was a deliberate decision, and I respect them for it. And two, I think a lot more care went into the fine details that people don't give the game enough credit for. Take the opening battle animations, for example. These are amazingly well done, and probably the best in the entire series. Each one gives the trainers way more personality than any text box could. Also, I really like the lighting. While I think they could have gone a little harder with the tilt shift look, some of these environments with the lighting look absolutely beautiful for what they are. And I guess finally, I just like how much they adapted the feel of the original games. Gen 4, especially the original Diamond and Pearl, are really chill and laid back games. And I think ICLA captured that pretty well in how little time they probably had. Man, a tail cut was a really inspired choice looking back on it. Look, I know it's cliche. I know everybody on the internet circle jerks about this character and this fight on a daily basis, but man, this has got to be one of my favorite fights in any JRPG. Cynthia is a fucking beast. Right at the tail end of the main story, the game does a fucking 180 and gives you one of the most challenging and fun battles you can ask for in one of these games. Look, most trainer battles are not very interesting if I'm being honest. Most of the time you will one-shot most of their Pokemon with your lead, steal their insurance money, and then go on your way. But this makes the trainer battles that do have a challenge knock you on your fucking ass by catching you off guard, and Cynthia is proof of that. Not only is her team well balanced in terms of type diversity and move pool, but in the remake they gave her BGC level AI that can and will guess every single move you make. If you're not prepared with a full team and a good enough spread, you will get your shit absolutely rocked. The battle I had with her felt like it came straight from the anime. You see, I had a strategy to save my Mamoswine from her Garchomp if I were to have any chance of beating it since it was so bulky. It came down to the last attack when both the Garchomp and my Mamoswine fainted at the same time, ending the battle. Now that's a fucking boss fight. Alright, now let's talk about the postgame. Postgames to Pokemon are pretty weird. It often feels like 50% of the game is hidden behind it, or 0.25% depending on the game. Luckily, BDSP falls into the former category with its post-game. You have catching the Lake Guardian, getting and catching the Overcharm, getting the National Dex and the Pokeradar, doing the Battle Tower, getting the Judge function, catching all the legendaries in Romana's Park, catching Regigigas, Giratina, Cresselia, Heatran, and rebattling all the gym leaders and the Elite Four. That's not even including all the things you may have missed during the main game, like the Grand Underground, contests, completing the Pokedex, Poff and crap. You get the idea. There is no shortage of content here, and most of it is handled pretty well in the remake. The big addition here is Romana's Park, which replaces Pal Park from the originals. This is a cool way to get all of these legendaries, having to get shards from the Grand Underground to activate these panels. Now, I have approximately 20 of each of these guys in Pokemon Home through years of excessive brain rot, so I skipped out on doing most of them, but it's cool it's here. Honestly, my favorite part of this particular postgame was the gym leader Greek matches. Every one of these was really fun, and I loved having an excuse to use my full team for more battles. Alright, I guess it's time to do something wholly unique on YouTube and criticize Pokemon. I'm also thinking of starting a Bunkbang channel, may get into like arts and crafts, may get into, may do like a let's play, may fucking do some Twitch clips, I think I'll complain about women on YouTube. That seems like a good career path. I think I'll do like a reaction video where I guess I'll start with a few smaller points. Okay, why is the Poketech presented like this?
Hey, so in the middle of this segment, I found out that it's actually pronounced Poketch instead of Poketech. So if you hear me say that way during the segment, that's why. I guess the only excuse I have for myself is that it's probably a holdover from me misreading it as a child, and I never bothered to actually look it up, because it's supposed to be like watch, but poketch, watch, poketch, poketch. Oh, whatever. Let's go back to the fucking video.
Obviously, with the Switch not having 2 screens, they couldn't have the Poketech have its exact function like it did in the original games. You have to press one of the triggers to bring it up, and then resize it, and then move around the slowest cursor known to man, and then you can use a dowsing machine for the millionth time in this game. You can use a touchscreen if you're playing in handheld, but honestly, it doesn't really feel the same. I would have preferred it, honestly, if it filled the entire screen instead of being here awkwardly in the corner. Better yet, why not completely revamp it just like the Pokegear in Heart Gold and Soul Silver? I don't know, it just feels like almost anything could have been better than the way it was handled here. Oh, speaking of which, why is the bike control a complete ass? I'm not joking, this is some of the worst time I've spent moving a stick in a recent memory, and I just played through Sonic Forces. Like seriously, the acceleration is way too fast in one mode, and it feels like you're riding through quicksand in the other. Luckily, they increased the overall movement speed while running on ground, so there's not really a reason to ever use it outside certain sections. Also, come on guys, I was never a fan of the contest, but what the hell is this? I respect the attempt to try something new with them, but this half-ass rhythm game is just not it. At least they made the Grand Underground fun. And here it is, my final criticism, and it's the same one I've been saying for over half a decade now. Please stop putting these games out so often. Back in the day, it was always an event whenever a new Pokemon generation or remake was announced. I specifically remember the community collectively losing their shit when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were announced. It had been so long, and people had been speculating for the better part of a decade on what these games could be. Now, 7 years, 2 completed generations, and 4 mainline games later, it couldn't be more different. Even to me, as a certified Generation 4 nut, when these games were announced, I was just like, yeah, I guess it makes sense, I should probably do that. The most popular criticism lobbed at the franchise that I agree with 100% is that these games have suffered as a direct result of being annual. I feel like a lot of heat from the internet would have been taken off of Pokemon if these games were spaced out even just an extra year apart. Look, I'm not in the whole jerk-off camp of, oh, a rush game is always bad and a delayed game never said this. From an artistic perspective, it's important to know when to move on from a project and have it be finished and not tweak every little knob until the end of time. And from a business perspective, it definitely makes sense not to have a project in limbo for years and years on end. But come on guys, every year? We're even getting 2 this year! I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get back to BDSP. It's telling to me the biggest Gen 4 stan this side of degeneracy just thinks that these games are pretty alright. This should have been a slam dunk for someone like me. I should have absolutely loved the BDSP, but they fucked around and found out, and now I only kinda love them. Those motherfuckers. Could you just imagine what this game would have looked like with just a year more of development? They could have been, no debate, best versions of Gen 4. Combining the best ideas from both the original Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. I never expected these games to be the biggest AAA open world remake in the history of video games running at 60 FPS 4K graphics. I just expected them to be the best possible versions of the traditional Pokemon formula, but they weren't. They could have added a bunch more quality of life features, made the game faster, made the game look better. I'm not saying that a lot of these people who hate these games will like them after these changes, but it couldn't have hurt them any more than it already did. I'm speaking personally here, but I don't think I've ever seen the public image of Pokemon at a lower level than when BDSP came out. Sure, it was a Megaton bomb when Sword and Shield came out, but at least that was a debate with passionate people on both sides arguing, some would say a little too much, about if the games had merit or not. When BDSP dropped, the vibe was just 100% dismissal. This just in, birds fly, the sky is blue, Pokemon just shit out of another shit, we're in an economic recession, just another Wednesday. And the people who liked the game, like me, were just off in their own little corner being like, I like when the Pokeball go click when you catch. To a lot of people, BDSP marked the time when Pokemon was at its wheel spinningest and were the most alienated when it came to understanding why anyone could ever enjoy this franchise. But wait, what's that? On the horizon? Literally 3 fucking months later?
Could it be? Could it be? Could this be the Pokemon game we have been waiting for all these years? Sort of? There are a lot of jokes that Legends Arceus is the second Pokemon game. Ha ha ha. Come on guys, it's actually the fourth. Generations 1 and 2 were ambitious yet buggy and unbalanced RPGs made on a shoestring budget on a device not that much more powerful than a calculator. Generations 3, 4, and 5 gave the games grander, region-spanning stories that had high stakes, introduced 3D elements, messed with the battle formula, and started to tinker with online and wireless features to connect people more with Pokemon. Can you tell this is my favorite era? And then Generations 6 through 8 brought the series to full 3D, had fully integrated online features, quality of life features, and camera angles. Ooh. And then we get to Pokemon Legends Arceus, the biggest leap forward in the series yet. Now, did this experiment pay off? Well, let me put it like this. The first 20 or so hours I spent with Pokemon Legends Arceus were nothing short of magical. I was captivated by the deluge of new mechanics and ideas introduced, by the openness of these new areas, by the music, and by the smartly designed gameplay loop. But most of all, I was captivated by the fact that all of this was made by Game Freak! You know, these guys who decided this was a good idea. The people who made this a thing. Who forgot the letter Z? Yeah, that Game Freak made this game. Don't get me wrong, they have made some of my favorite games of all time. But even I can admit they have always had their limitations as developers. I mean, come on guys, it took them over 20 years to develop the ability to look up. Now you're telling me that they put a fucking dodge roll into one of these games? I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Game Freak seemed to have actually done it. They had made an actual new style of Pokemon game that was fun in a new way and captured my imagination more than the franchise had in the past few years. And then, slowly but surely, the farther I got into it, that luster started to fade, and the blemishes the game had became more and more apparent. But again, let's start with the positives I had after my 70-ish hour playthrough. Alright, first order of business, these open areas. My biggest takeaway from Sword and Shield were that the wild areas were really cool, and basically everything else about the game needed to go the way of the dodo bird. If you're not aware, that means fucking dead. Not to go on a tangent about a game that has been curb stomped into such a fine pace by the internet that you would mistake it for pesto sauce, but man, these routes and towns are some of the worst they have ever been. X and Y had more complex route design, and one of these routes is literally just a copy and paste of Viridian Forest. Look, the point is, that's the point. Look, the point is that it seemed like Game Freak was putting these elements in out of obligation and not because they necessarily wanted to, when clearly their passion was put into making these open areas where you could encounter Pokemon at any level and it felt like an actual world you were traversing. Enter Legends Arceus, and it looks like I was right. As always, even though it's not an open world in the clearest sense, any one of these areas has much more to discover and experiment with than the wild areas in Gen 8. From the verticality of the Coronet Highlands, to the rough terrain of the Crimson Mirelands, to what is probably my favorite, the Alabaster Icelands, which legitimately feels hostile in both the ferocity of the Pokemon that you can find there, and the difficult to traverse terrain, which has you using your mounts to their full effect to get around. Each of these areas keep you on your toes the entire game with how many little secrets and hidden crannies you can find in them. Things like finding the Gyarados just flying around in the sky and being able to actually catch it with a well-timed Pokeball was something I just dreamed of being able to do in a Pokemon game when I was a kid. I was so glad Game Freak actually committed to the seeds they had planted in Sword and Shield and its DLC, and followed through with some well-designed open areas. Man, what the hell. You're telling me not only did Game Freak make movement, aiming, and dodge rolling a central mechanic into a mainline Pokemon game, but it actually feels good? Look, I love turn-based JRPGs with all my heart. They are one of my favorite genres for a myriad of reasons, and I often feel like the combat in these games is often overlooked by how fun it can be. Using your brain to chain together the perfect sequence of attacks combined with resource management and menu navigation can really feel good and satisfying. But on the other hand, one of my other favorite genres is movement-based shooters. You know, balls to the wall, high octane, split decision making, palm sweating, vision blurring, mouth drying, mouth flicking, fuck it, shuck it. Well, wait, what were we talking about again? Of course, this game doesn't necessarily hit the highs of those games, nor is it really trying to, but I think for their first attempt, it feels pretty slick. Especially since what they used to be known for was
Now, there's not anything necessarily wrong with
but once you've seen for the millionth time, it really tends to get on your nerve. Okay, that joke got old real quick. Hopefully now we can move on. The dodge roll feels quite good, and dodging overworld Pokemon often gives the average encounter more depth. Sniping Pokemon with the Pokeballs is a ton of fun too. Going on catching sprees gives you the same feeling as getting a particularly good kill streak in a COD game. Also, the backstrike sound effect gives me a hit of dopamine crack cocaine could only wish it could give me. While I may or may not go into a teeny little tangent later on how you obtain these Pokeballs, know that when you do end up having a good supply of them, it feels really good to throw them. Oh, and the bosses are fun, for the most part. Having you go through a bullet hell-esque fight while trying to get in shots when you can. I feel like they could have added more of these given that the majority of legendary mythical Pokemon still can be caught regular style. It would be cool if each of the Lake Guardians, for example, had to be stunned like in these fights to give off the feeling that they are more tough to catch, since there's only one of them.
Alright, well now on to the next positive, which would be the world building.
Hey, spoiler for the negative side of the review, I hate the story! But one thing I really love about the narrative of this game is the way they do the world building. And by that I mostly mean the literal building of Jubilife Village. When you first arrive to the village, it seems to be inhabited by what I like to call dumbass geeks. No one wants anything to do with Pokemon, and they are all scared of what they are capable of. Now on one hand, I would like to say that all these people are lame as for not wanting to catch or interact with these things that I have been thinking about and doodling in my notebooks for most of my life. But on the other hand, if I lived in this world in this time period, I also wouldn't want anything to do with these affronts to God! Wait, God's one of them too?! You got sentient rocks that will cave your skull in, bugs the size of you, and actual ghosts that will steal your children? I'm not taking one step outside of my village. But, as Legends Arceus shows, is that over time, slowly, people adapt and change. Doing small tasks for these villagers shows them not only the utility of Pokemon, but you also see the first rumblings of people being interested in researching them, finding the differences in gender, size, and color between forms, wanting to know more about them, wanting to have these creatures as companions, which of course is the baseline for the entire series. Throughout the game, you see Pokemon have a bigger role in these people's lives for the better. People use them as pets, workers, start building entire professions around Pokemon. You are seeing in front of your eyes the seeds being planted that will eventually blossom into the Pokemon world as we know it now. And as a longtime fan, that's really cool. And what's even cooler is that you see all this change happen as one of the chillest tracks in all of video games plays in the background. Speaking of which, the music. I don't really have much to say here, I just think the music's really good. Alright, that was easy. Now it's time to get into why this game sucks!
No, I guess I do have a few things I want to say about the music, and how it's incorporated into this game.
Fucking stupid video essays. Piggybacking off the previous section, Jubilife Village's soundtrack is a bit of respite from all the flayings and maulings that go out in the overworld. It's laid back but not too quiet. Like the villagers are slowly going about their work. Slow but steady change. And then, boom. Oh, you thought that this YouTube video essay wasn't gonna go
10
minutes without talking about a JRPG battle theme? Are you watching this fresh out of your mom's? But seriously, why do both the trainer and wild Pokemon battle themes have to go this hard? It's like the original Gen 4 battle themes took smelling salts and composed Symphony No. 10. I love the new instrumentation and the percussion especially. Add a few hi-hats and bass and that's a fucking Miami booty bass if I've ever heard it.
Now, I could list a whole bunch of other songs from this soundtrack and the reasons why I like them, but honestly, we'd be here all day, and this script is already like 5,000 words long. So what I'll do is that I'll list a few songs on screen, and then we can move on with the video, okay?
But one other point about the music I want to highlight is the overworld songs and how they are implemented. One of the many things this game cribbed from Breath of the Wild was how in the overworld, 95% of the time, there's no background music. But every once in a while, in select areas, some music will creep in out of nowhere. Now, I loved when Breath of the Wild did this, but in my opinion, Legends Arceus does it more successfully because A, I just think the music overall is better in general in this game, and B, they remixed a few of the old tracks from the original Diamond and Pearl for some of the overworld songs. I got such a kick out of recognizing some of these songs when they came in game. True story, there may or may not have been a moment early on when I was in the forest and I may or may not have been collecting Pokemon and observing them at a chill pace, and then a new version of Eterna Forest may or may not have come on the exact right time, and I may or may not have cried a little. Good stuff. Okay, now that I'm done praising this game, I can
Okay, no, of course there's more than 4 things I like about this game. But honestly, there's not really much I could say other than, oh yeah, I guess that's pretty cool.
I like how you can take your full team out at once, though I wish they wouldn't go to sleep so fucking fast. Oh, and thank God trade evolutions are gone for good. Wait, Game Freak, please. Please, tell me these, play Game Freak, please. Tell me that they are gone. Tell me that they are gone. Game Freak, don't tell me!
The mounts are pretty cool, though one definitely is clearly inferior to the others in terms of function. I just wish they had given Ursaluna like another function. Like maybe she could have scared off wild Pokemon if you didn't want to deal with them, since you know, she's a goddamn however pound bear.
Oh, and thank you Game Freak for actually selling us just one version of the game this time. One, so I don't have to use weird grammar that makes it seem like I'm referring to multiple games when in reality they are the same game with marginal differences like I did in the last section.
And 2, it's just better for the consumer to have one complete game instead of having to research beforehand which version has which Pokemon. And oh fuck it, I might as well just get both versions anyway. Oh, I'll definitely have the time to play both of these. I definitely won't try to flip the other one for twice its MSRP 12 years later. Nope, I definitely won't do that. What a great industry we have, guys. Yep, this practice is dead and buried, and I won't ever have to deal with it ever again. Oh my god.
Okay, guys, positive talk is over. Now it's time for me to tell you guys about how much this game is an absolute, without a shadow of a doubt, steaming pile of... Okay, I do have one more point that I would like to bring up. I'm putting it here because I can't make up my mind on if I like it or not. So, here it goes. The research point system on paper, and sometimes in practice, is something that I love. The way it incentivizes the player to interact with and study Pokemon that not only fits perfectly in the setting, you know, filling out the first Pokedex and all, but also fixes the problem of just catching a Pokemon once and then letting it rot in a box forever, is genius. And I truly respect what they were going for here. But I often found myself butting heads with the system and wanting to love it. But in turn, it just left me cold. First off, you gotta be fucking kidding me, right guys? Why the hell do so many of these tasks go up to such a high number? Did they actually expect people to complete some of these? Who the fuck is gonna kill 40 Paras? I'm pretty sure that'll get you put on a list. Multiply that by almost 300 creatures, and I can only call it one thing: bloated. These lists are so large that when you reach research level 10 on a Pokemon, it barely feels like you accomplished something. It's like, oh great, I filled out 4 of these possible 30 boxes. I'm now an expert on Cascoon, apparently. I'm not talking to you. They seriously needed to trim these down to just about 3 levels per category at max. Like seriously, how is catching 12 Nosepass make you more knowledgeable on Nosepass than catching 6? It's a fucking rock with a nose. I think it's this way to give players more freedom when it comes to getting to research level 10. Like if you have such an aversion to battling with a certain Pokemon, you could just do the catching related ones and call it a day. But at that point, I struggle to see the point of this system in the first place. If you are really trying to research these Pokemon and find out what they're all about, you would think you would have to do more than just catch and feed them, right? You know, do stuff actual biologists do. Study their habits. Observe. I've never been the biggest Pokemon Snap guy. Hell, I don't like the majority of Pokemon spin-offs, but that's a story for a different day. But one thing I really liked about the original was how you get to see Pokemon interacting with their environments. Like animals. Like, come on, they already gave you a goddamn phone in this game, so staying historically accurate is already out of the question. So why not take photos of these Pokemon doing certain actions, being territorial, sleeping, climbing. They kinda got halfway there in this game by having some special side missions for Pokemon that would also give you research points. While these are cool in theory, I ran into a situation many times where I had already gotten research level 10 by the time I encountered one of these missions. Speaking of research level 10, while this game never explicitly tells you you need to get to level 10 on every Pokemon, the game sure as hell pushes that on you. One, you don't get the Pokedex blurb and the little Pokeball symbol next to the Pokemon, so even if you catch every single Pokemon, you could still feel like you barely accomplished anything with all of this blank space. And two, the shiny charm is locked behind it. And don't tell me that's not an incentive. They actually made shiny hunting fun in this game. I was dead set on getting a research level 10 on every single Pokemon. I wanted to really sink my teeth into this new system, but again, it feels like I was being punished for caring in the first place. At a certain point, the tasks just bleed into each other. Catch this many, evolve this many, use this move in this style, feed them, see them come out of a tree, defeat this many with this type of move. It just wasn't fun anymore. So, I stopped. I just settled on catching every single Pokemon at least once. The fact that it felt like I was settling for something that in other games in the series would have been a major accomplishment was a bit disappointing to say the least. Again, the research point system was so enticing to me and got my hopes so high that when it burned me, it left me feeling so enigmatic. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I appreciated and respected the effort so much, but if you asked me point blank to give my thoughts on it, as of me writing the script, I would say I straight up just don't like it, which is a little sad if you ask me, but it's not unsalvageable. Here's how I would fix it. Like I said before, tone down the amount of tasks. There's no person on Earth that needs to catch 50 Burmy. The next idea is a little vague, but I already gave an example in the form of the Pokemon Snap idea earlier. What I want is more variety on how we fill out these research tasks. Have us experiment, think outside the box, make us feel like we are actually studying these Pokemon. Now I know that may seem like a tall order for as many Pokemon they put in these games nowadays. So I have one last suggestion that would remedy this somewhat. Have the research apply to an entire evolutionary line instead of an individual Pokemon. This way you don't have to create an intricately designed task for every single Pokemon. I can see maybe some exceptions to this, such as the Eevee line, but cases like that are so far and few between, you really wouldn't run into that problem too much. So yeah, that's the research system. I had some thoughts about it, some good, some bad, but now it's on to the next segment. Wait, what was that again? Alright, the story and characters. When this game was originally going through its review cycle and I saw that the story in particular was getting bashed, I honestly paid it no mind. I mean, it's Pokemon, of course the story isn't good. I know the score. It'll be perfectly mediocre at best with a good set of characters and I'll move on with my life. But man, I was not prepared for this. My problem with the story of Legends Arceus is not that it's demonstrably worse than the plots of other games in the series, but that there's so much of it and it squanders the potential of the initial setup of the game. Right off the bat, I was not sold on the premise. Being isekai'd into the Hisui region from the future was a really weird choice for me. I would have much preferred if it was just set in that setting from the outset. I think it was presented like this because fish out of water setups are a good and easy way to introduce people to that world and the rules of that world. But I think you could still have the player character be unfamiliar with Isui without the need for the time travel aspect. Isui, being based on Japan, is a region with strong coastal infrastructure. You even see some visitors and immigrants from other regions in Juba life. Why not have the player character be one of them? Why not have them set off from their hometown in search of adventure in a new and untamed land? It would have been way more in theme with the rest of the game while still being in touch with the roots of the series. You can even still do the whole Arceus talking to you bit with the ARC phone and stuff. It would have been even more mysterious and cool if it was introduced this way. The way it was set up here is just like, oh, I guess Arceus just picked up this random preteen from the future to solve his problem in the past. That's weird. It's just the fact that they have you wash up on a beach with amnesia, just like so many other games, including the Mystery Dungeon games, that rubbed me the wrong way. Honestly, as I'm writing this, I'm struggling to find ways to communicate why I dislike the story in this game so much. Again, Pokemon has never been known for its excellent storytelling, so why does it bother me so much here? I've sat through a lot, and I mean a lot of dialogue in games. Hell, RPGs are one of, if not my favorite genres. I played through Persona 5 3 separate times and never got tired of the dialogue. As I'm writing this script right now, I'm playing through Mass Effect and loving it. I think it just comes down to how unavoidable, and most importantly, how boring it all is. Take for instance this reoccurring scene with the mochi cook. This scene plays out the exact same way every time. They eat mochi, talk about the Pokedex or research or some shit, and then it ends.
Who gives a shit?
Like seriously, this game is littered with cutscenes like this. There's about 6 hours of dialogue in this game, and about 4 hours of that is absolutely not essential. It's not interesting, it's not informative, and it's not entertaining. I can go through the entire thing, but there would be no point. It would just be a bunch of, yeah, this person said this, don't care. Uh-oh, this Pokemon goes wild. Better take care of that. Also don't care. I could talk about the Diamond and Pearl clan and how I rolled my eyes when they came into the story. And my exasperated face when they became main players in the story and wouldn't shut up!
Come on, Side-Eye. You're starting to come off as one of those gaming rant channels. You don't want that.
I think having some of the characters be ancestors to characters in other games is kind of cool, but honestly, I don't see them more than just a little Easter egg for longtime fans. It's cool, but it doesn't sell me on the entire plot, you know?
There are a million things I can nitpick about the plot, but for me, its biggest sin was being boring and me having to interface with that black hole of storytelling so much.
Hey, speaking of boring, one of the main complaints that people have with the JRPG genre that I hear all the time is that they contain too much grinding. And I can get that. I get how tedious fighting the same enemies over and over just to gain an increasingly minuscule amount of XP can be. But here's the thing, with very few exceptions, modern JRPGs don't really have any grinding to them anymore. Game designers have gotten a lot smarter about the EXP curve and dole it out in a way that assures you don't stay in an area for more than you want to. The only exception I can think of is Yakuza Like a Dragon, maybe?
And honestly, in that game, I only really grinded to take on the super boss in the post game. The rest of the game I felt adequately leveled.
With that being said, I find it funny that the Pokemon getting all the praise right now for being a leap forward for the series has literally the most grinding in any Pokemon game. Now I hear you saying,
Side-Eye, what are you talking about? I never had to grind levels in Legends Arceus. And that's when I would say,
ha! You fell for my trick! I wasn't talking about EXP when I said grinding, I was actually talking about this shit! The crafting system, much like other things I came to kinda dislike about this game, started out really engaging. I loved buying new recipes and seeing what each item did, and how to incorporate them into the gameplay loop. For the unfamiliar, Pokemon Legends Arceus often gives you resources for doing various actions. You can find them lying on the ground, in trees, oh god! As rewards for certain side quests, by catching or defeating Pokemon, and even in these convenient mineral deposits. Oh god! Wait, is that a shiny? Man, this game is good. You can use these resources to craft various items, such as Pokeballs, Smoke Bombs, Sticky Globs, Star Pieces to sell,
Hey, hi, this is editing siideeye here. You can also craft stealth spray, that's also pretty useful.
and literally nothing else because they have little to no actual use. It's clear they designed this system to have a bunch of tools and trinkets for the players to experiment with, but 90% of the stuff you can craft is basically useless. The recovery items have little to no use since a full heal is often a quick fast travel away. And other items like scatterbangs, I literally don't know why they're in the game. Like, who is using these? I can see them maybe being useful if you were being targeted by a strong Pokemon, but no, they work only against weaker ones. But that I could deal with. Every item not having the exact same amount of utility among each other is understandable. But what I can't understand is the amount of resource grinding you have to do to craft these items. If you're playing the way the game expects you to, you're gonna need hundreds upon hundreds of Pokeballs to get through a playthrough. The game rewards you for catching a ton of Pokemon, in money, in research points, and in the survey core level. So on an average expedition, you will need a surplus of Pokeballs. And I just don't think the game gives you nearly enough. I cannot describe the amount of times my enjoyment of the game was put to a dead stop because I had ran out of Pokeballs. And sure, you can purchase either the materials to make them or the Pokeballs wholesale with money, but you make so little of it, especially in the early to mid game, it rarely seems worth it. I'm not saying that they should have given us an infinite amount of them, but I think it would have been wise to have a better access to at least the base Pokeball type. There were so many times I was on a great expedition. I caught a bunch of Pokemon, explored a lot, gathered materials, only to get back to camp and find out I only had enough materials for 20 Pokeballs? You fucking sneezed 20 Pokeballs in this game. So you know what I did? I grinded.
I checked every mineral deposit. Why does this keep happening?
Every crate, every tree, oh god, beach, and field for any type of resource I could find. This is the most grinding I've ever had to do in one of these games, since maybe the Elite Four in Gen 2. And honestly, this may be worse, because at least back then it was standardized in the genre. Now so many RPGs try to lessen the grind as much as possible, and it was so disappointing to see this level of it in this game. But hey, at least your Pokemon gain XP every time you get materials or catch a Pokemon. Surely that won't cause any problem. So the final boss of this game is kind of fucking awesome. Volo, I'm still not sure how to pronounce it. Most likely takes the cake for the most unique, cinematic, and difficult boss fight in the franchise. The way you have to beat his entire fully evolved stack team and then take on both forms of Giratina, all with no breaks, is honestly exhilarating. Sure, you could see the twist coming from a mile away, but for a Pokemon game, I thought it was handled pretty masterfully. There's only one problem here. In my game, my team was all leveled into their 80s, and I had no problem against this fight. Yeah, there's a reason I didn't mention this in the positive section.
While I still appreciate the gravitas and theatrics of this fight, I'd be lying if I said I didn't beat this first try with no struggle on my part. But siideeye! And there's the straw man again. Why did you purposefully overlevel your team?
Okay, here's the thing, I didn't. You know that little issue I brought up 2 minutes ago? The grinding. Yeah, good times. Yeah, that's why. I swear I never sought out once to overlevel any of the Pokemon in my team. I just played the game the way it wanted me to. I was filling up research tasks, catching Pokemon, getting resources. All of these tasks, in one way or another, give you XP for your whole team. You know the experience share? That thing people always complain about in every game it's in? I, for one, never minded it. Sure, I think it's stupid when they don't give you the option to turn it off, but I think it's a huge quality of life feature for the traditional style of Pokemon game. I mean, the way it used to work is that every time you caught a new Pokemon for your team, you couldn't actually use it for at least an hour or two. You'd have to lead with the new Pokemon every time you enter a new battle, switch to your actually good Pokemon to do the battling, get the minuscule amount of XP from that, continue this process until the Pokemon is somewhat useful, and then repeat the entire thing all over again when you get a new one. Frankly, I've done that shit enough times to fill up 20 lifetimes. So, in short, the experience share is a net positive for the series in my opinion. Just please leave the option to turn it off in the game. Jesus Christ, it's not rocket science. So am I saying that the experience share should have been removed from Legends Arceus? Hell no. It's still a quality of life feature, and at this point it's so integrated in this game it's not even given a name. It's just a fact of life like taxes and conception. Should the amount of XP be greatly reduced to give you more of a challenge in the late game? Again, no. While I do think the way I had been playing up to that point was strongly encouraged by the game, most people aren't going to be so anal about the amount of Pokemon they've reached level 10 with, or running out of Pokeballs trying to catch 80 Honchkrows in a row. So I think for the vast majority of the player base, the level curve is actually well paced, and I wouldn't want to ruin that experience for others. Oh, I know, Side-Eye. You want
difficulty option.
No! Into the quarantine zone with you! Not opening that can of worms! Oh no! The toxic fumes are getting into my lungs! Time to use the only solution I know! Segue into a seemingly unrelated game that has a feature that would work pretty well in this one. Introducing Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. It's also a big open RPG that has a lot of things to do and a lot of XP to dole out. So much in fact, a common complaint of the original version was that doing too much would make the game incredibly easy due to the fact that every single fucking thing gives you XP. Killing monsters and super bosses, completing quests, talking to people, you get a lot of it fast. Now, this is fine for a normal person just casually going through the game, but to gamer gremlins such as myself, who like to scratch every corner of these games, it makes the game so easy that you might as well put the controller down in battle. Luckily, in the definitive version of this game, they introduced an expert mode option. Now what does that do, you might ask? That's right, I know what you're thinking, you little shit. Expert mode allows you to de-level yourself at will, so you can fine-tune your level for your current area. You can either level down if you want a bit more of a challenge, or give the levels back to your character if you're having trouble with a certain fight. I think this would have been a perfect option for me in Legends Arceus. Hell, there's already experience candies in the game, so why not be able to turn your Pokemon's levels into candy to store for later use? They wouldn't have even had to add any more unique assets to the game. It's weird because I often don't mind feeling overpowered in RPGs. If I do all the work to do all of these side quests and exploration, I better be able to two-shot the final boss. But for some reason, I don't feel this way here. I think it's because my favorite game franchise finally added a challenging boss after however many years. And no, I don't count Ultra Necrozma. I always felt like that boss was overrated as hell. Anyways, they added another tough as hell boss to one of the most notoriously easy game franchises of all time, only for me to beat it no problem, due to the game encouraging me to grind and overlevel my team. Something about that just bugs me. Maybe I played it wrong, maybe this is the game's way of telling me to switch out my team more, or to save all the research task stuff for the post-game. But that's just not how I played it. I'm no game designer. Maybe there's no way to avoid the situation I was put in during the Volo fight. I'm just one guy, giving my thoughts on what I experienced with this ambitious yet flawed game. I guess that's just the point of this section ultimately. As a longtime fan, I'm so glad to see Game Freak finally try something new with this formula. And yet the ways in which it stumbles just left me cold. Like it was actively pushing back on the kind of player I am. And that's a bit disappointing, to say the least. And yeah, those are all the major points I wanted to bring up about Plah. There are a few extra things I could talk about. For example, the graphics. What's the word? Fine. Yeah, it's clear that they could have been better. I would say that for 85% of the game, it looks serviceable to kind of beautiful. My favorite aspect of the game graphically is by far the skybox during the nighttime. God damn. But man, the other 15%, on the other side, I would say my least favorite thing graphically in this game is this weird artifacting that goes on around the player and other entities when you're in a cave.
I did notice lit cave entrances produce visual artifacts around a character. These are often bright flickering pixels, and at first you might mistake this for a kind of bug.
Yeah, that. I would say that the visuals look very flat and bad in general when it's dark out. Like something just doesn't look quite right about it. I'm also kind of on the fence about the environmental design in general in this game. Like, I sometimes can't figure out if they're often flat and drab to give off an old and untamed land, blank canvas for society kind of feel, or if they're flat and drab because Game Freak couldn't figure out how to make a fucking hill at this one spot. Also, there's a new battle mechanic. The strong and agile styles of moves. They're also, the word escaped me again, fine. They add somewhat of an amount of complexity to battles, being somewhat inspired by Bravely Default's battle system, just not as much as I would have wanted. In my opinion, the agile style moves are the more interesting ones, giving up damage for faster speed. And if the Pokemon has a high enough speed stat, you can sometimes do a move like 4 times in a row. Then the strong style moves I can kind of take or leave. I feel like most of the time they just make sure that a move that would one-shot a Pokemon doubly one-shots a Pokemon. Yeah, you give up turns for the added damage, but most of the time the Pokemon you already attacked is already tomato paste by the time that starts to be a problem. I think there's not enough trade-off. My solution would be to add a chance to get recoil damage or confusion from strong moves. And there it is, my somewhat less quick review of Pokemon Legends Arceus. The game definitely is not perfect, and it left me frustrated at a lot of points. But man, I can't help but still love this stupid grindy game to some degree. Because at the end of the day, I can feel the love and attention put into it. Like, take for example, the fact that each mythical and legendary Pokemon has a unique side quest that pays tribute to its in-game lore and mythos. And man, if that's not an example of what's been missing in modern Pokemon lately. Little details like that are part of what I love about this series. And hey, here's another compliment. The end of the Daybreak update that they added post-launch actually leaves the game off on a sweet note that actually made me care about the characters. So I don't necessarily have all the animosity I once felt for the narrative anymore. Going forward, I don't think I'll stop having problems with this game, but I'll also appreciate it for what it did right, and what a breath of fresh air it is for the series. Okay, this review is getting generic. Time for the next section.
God, this script is 10,000 words long now. What the hell happened? As I mentioned earlier in the series,
I played through BDSP and Legends Arceus somewhat concurrently. I would play up to a certain section in one game and trade off to another. I beat BDSP, then marathon the rest of Arceus, and went back and finished up the postgame of BDSP. Now, why did I do this? Was it some grand experiment to compare and contrast these two games and find out which one is the better artistic statement? Nope, it's because these games released too fucking close to each other and I hadn't gotten around to BDSP by the time Legends Arceus came out. But, unintentionally, playing these games this way did have an effect on me that wouldn't have happened if I had just done it regular style. During my playtime, I really started to reflect on the series in a way I hadn't before. All the past generations, and where it had led to right in this moment. Standing right before me was a game I would have killed for as a kid. Being able to roam around a big landscape,
catching Pokemon out in the overworld and exploring the environment, but I wasn't really enjoying it all that much more than the safe traditional remake that was BDSP.
Was there something wrong with me? Every game has flaws, and most of the time I can look past them. In fact, I think on average, I prefer if a game is a little fucked up. The example that always comes to mind for me when I think about this is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. This is a fantastic platformer. The graphics are phenomenal, everything is polished to the best it could be. There are basically no flaws I can think of with this game.
But I wouldn't say that it's one of my favorite games of all time or anything, or that I even think about it all that much, even though I did everything in it and platinumed it.
Now, take a game like Super Mario Sunshine. This game is unfinished. The physics don't work all the time. There are a bunch of glitches.
The component or what we did, but I'm... What?
And some of the stages just suck complete ass.
But man, despite it all, I still love this game. And I definitely do think about it more often than I do Ratchet & Clank.
For me, imperfections often draw me toward media. I don't like sanded, polished edges. I want what looks like a team of people scraping by to get a project that they are passionate about off the ground and out the door despite the many constraints that may be placed on them. In my opinion, it is in these situations where some of the best art of all time is created. When the pressure is on, you have no time to dwell on the fine details. Push through those obstacles and say what you want to say, make what you want to make the art that you love. Wait, what does this have to do with Pokemon? Legends Arceus is one of these games, I believe. There's been some conflicting reports, but it's said that this game was headed by a smaller, newer team within Game Freak. They were basically tasked with creating a weird experimental game with the biggest media franchise in the world with what was probably a heavy time constraint. Now, the issue of labor in the games business with crunch and the exploitation of QA is a whole other can of worms that I don't want to downplay. So, as a blanket statement, I want to say that crunch is a totally bullshit practice that has plagued the industry for too long. I 100% think that they should unionize. I won't speculate further on the development of this game, even though Japan in particular has a very bad problem with this, so it would be safe to assume. But I will say that Legends Arceus, much like most Pokemon games in recent years, seems like a rush job. Many things about this game are clearly not the most fleshed out versions of themselves. Maybe that's it, maybe that's the key to why I feel this way. The fact that Game Freak came so far with this game, but fell so short of what really mattered. And that's the pace these games have been coming out lately. Like I outlined in an earlier section, at a certain point the mainline Pokemon games became an annualized franchise. I won't get into how this has made the quality of the game suffer because of it again, but I bring it up to say this. These games will not ever be truly great again if this pattern continues. Going back to what I would rate these two games, that I expertly foreshadowed earlier in the video by the way, I would give both the BDSP and Legends Arceus a 7 out of 10. For comparison, here's what I would rate the rest of the series. Do you see what went on here? During the GBA and DS era, I believe Game Freak were on their A game, creating classic after classic, and then the 3D era started. And while all these games are good, some even really good, and have their own merits, I wouldn't ever compare them to this era. Now, I can admit that this is a heavily biased take. I was in my prime Pokemon playing years during generations 3 through 5, but I don't know, man. I remember being super excited for X and Y at the age of 13, and even back then I didn't play them as much as I thought I would. My point being is that something changed with the franchise at a certain point. The games started coming out faster. Generations lasted shorter. It felt like the series was being controlled by either Nintendo or the Pokemon Company into pumping out new generations, games, merchandise, Pokemon, and trading cards at an alarming rate. My dream Pokemon game has never been an open world adventure with a real-time combat system and fucking 80 regions that you can tackle in any order and there's a dark, edgy story. No, man. I just wanted the same kind of Pokemon game with a little less linearity, with all the quality of life features you can expect from a big budget JRPG a la Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest. In fact, Dragon Quest XI is a perfect example of what I want for Pokemon. Under the hood of this game, it's essentially the same kind of game they've been making since the 80s. But there's been so much time, care, and effort put into almost every little detail. Battles can take place anywhere. Combat is fast and fluid. You can speed up battles as much as you want. There are a billion different difficulty modifiers you can toggle to fine-tune your experience. Costumes, side quests, open exploration, voice acting.
You do what you need to do.
Music options, all that, and the story and characters are all great while still keeping a whimsical tone that isn't too serious. If there's any game I want a new Pokemon to be like, it's this one. But I'm not sure if I'll ever get it. With the schedule Game Freak has been placed under, I'm not confident they will ever get the chance to make that game, even if they want to. And I'm really curious on what's next. How much of Legends will carry over to the next game? Have the team working on the new generation learned from the team who worked on Legends? If so, how much of that will be incorporated into this one? I guess there's no way to know now. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh my god. It's open world Pokemon. It's open world Pokemon. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh that fucking Meowth, oh the Sojourner, oh my god, it's non-linear Pokemon, it's what I've wanted the entire time. They're doing, oh god, the Survivor, oh god, the Larvitar, oh, is this region based on Spain? This is crazy. What the hell, what the fuck? What? Oh my god, what's that? Oh! Scarlet and Violet? They're going back to colors now? What the fuck? Oh, wait, there's two professors now? What the hell? Oh, Fuecoco, my boy. Well, oh my god, there's so many locations. Oh. Wait, hold on. What's this? Hold up. Oh my god, there's a red and there's a violet one. Oh, it's like it's Scarlet and Violet. That's like it's the name of the game. Oh, that's the box art. That looks really cool actually. I like the designs of those.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, this video has been in production for a little while. Well, those games look pretty good, yeah. So, first order of business, that release date. Please refer to the previous section because I'm not going over to why I think releasing 2 big Pokemon games in the same year is maybe not the best idea. Second, it seems like instead of the open zones that were in Legends, the game is actually going to be fully open world this time. And in their own words, you can explore at your leisure and not in any order dictated by the story. I'm not exactly sure what this means. Can you do every gym or this game's equivalent to gyms in any order? Or does that mean that no area is roadblocked off, but you still need to do the badges in the predetermined order? Only time can really tell, but judging by this being one of the big selling points, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's the former. And if that's the case, that's great. One of my favorite Pokemon related videos on this site is Funk's one on the pacing of the series, and how maybe these games aren't that well paced, especially on replay. This could potentially get rid of this problem, and make one of the most replayable games in the series. Now, there's the issue of what's coming over from Arceus, and well, to be honest, it seems like not much. Now, most of this is speculation on my part, but one thing I'm confident in is that catching Pokemon in the overworld is gone. The only time you see one being caught is in this shot, and yeah, that's super in battle. That combined with the fact that you never see the character roll or do anything else except walk around makes me think that all the movement stuff did not carry over. Now I could be wrong, but in my opinion I think that they would have shown off those features if they were going to be in. And yeah, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a little disappointing, but honestly it's not that big of a deal for me. That stuff was cool in Arceus, but it's not what I come to this series for. I'm much more interested in the structure of this game. No sign of research tasks, but honestly it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for them to be there. Since this is the president, the Pokédex records all that shit instantly. Speaking of present, back to 2 different versions I see. Now I'm seeing speculation that there may actually be more version differences this time around. I mean look, the main character's pants are different. No, I'm talking about each version of the game having a different professor. One obviously having an ancient looking design and the other a futuristic one. The past and future seem to have a big role to play in these games. Just like this video! Like there's speculation saying that the 2 legendaries are actually the same Pokemon, just at different time periods. Maybe one game will have a section in the past, the other will have one in the future. There's a lot that they could do with this idea. But come on guys, you just proved that you can make a self-contained Pokemon game with just one version. I don't know, it just kind of feels like a kick in the nuts. Any smaller points? The starters. Fuecoco is clearly the best and Sprigatito is clearly the worst. Moving on. There seems to be a bigger focus on multiplayer in this game, and judging by how that went in Sword and Shield, well, jury's still out.
Hey, hi, editing siideeye here, and over the course of making this video, a few more things have been known about Scarlet and Violet that I wanted to go over. Now, I was scared at first that any new information that we would find out about these games would invalidate or date the stuff that I was talking about in this video, but luckily that doesn't seem to be the case. So there's really just a few things I wanted to go over with this new direct and this new trailer. And honestly, after watching this trailer, I'm gonna double down on the stuff that I was talking about. I think all of the Legends Arceus movement stuff is basically 100% gone. I feel like if that was in the game, they would have shown it by now. So I think absolutely no catching Pokemon in the overworld and no dodge rolling or anything like that, and probably no research tasks if I would have to guess. I would imagine if that was a major mechanic in these games, they would have shown it, especially since this is like the big direct that they're doing before the release of the game. So yeah, I guess one other thing I wanted to touch on is just the overall structure of the game and how I'm even more interested in how they're gonna do it. Yeah, because looking through the trailer a couple times and reading the website, the terminology and the wording they are using is really interesting and confusing at the same time. Because, okay, first off, they're really driving home this 3-story thing with, you know, them highlighting one of the stories being the traditional gym battles. And that really makes me think what those other 2 stories are going to be. And I want to keep my hopes up. I want to believe that those 2 other stories are going to be just as interesting as the gym battles. But part of me is scared that only means, like, one story will be the evil team and the other one will be, you know, the fucking legendary stuff. And it just has this vibe of them toting something that's gonna be brand new, instead of when it's really just gonna be kind of the same stuff, just packaged differently. Like, I would love if the 2 other stories were 2 completely unrelated challenges that had their own mechanics and, like, maybe mini games attached to it. Maybe they can expand on something like the Grand Underground, for example, and have this massive area that you can dig and explore with your Pokemon and raise their stats in that way, or like what they did with the Pokeathlon in Heart Gold Soul Silver, something like that. But my fear is that that's just their, like, fancy naming structure for the other story elements, like the evil team, and like their plan and the villain, and then the 3rd story is actually the Pokemon Championship, and it just has me worried. But I guess moving on to the other part where they're saying that you can challenge any gym in any order, they've clarified a few things on that. Apparently, none of the gyms actually scale to your level, and that is something that I have gone back and forth on a lot. And I think, on one hand, I'm a little bummed out because of that, because I think that'll limit the originality of each playthrough or each replay. Having every gym be the same level kinda, I don't know, it kind of defeats the purpose a little bit of having, like, a completely open world. But on the other hand, I think it probably is the smart decision, considering that, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that can go wrong with an open world game where you have these 8 different challenges that each have to scale, and there's like, what, I'm like, quick math, that's like maybe like 60 something different possibilities you can go in. Or no, it would be more than 60. It would be a whole lot more than 60, actually. It would be an exponential amount of different permutations of each playthrough. So I think, in a way, it is a smart decision, and I think it is still a positive thing for the series. I think it can still allow for a lot of originality in how you tackle the region, and especially, you know, going back to the other stories, maybe the other stories can be tackled in a similar way. So I guess it's just wait and see. I think there's still a lot that they are not showing about these games, and that they are purposefully keeping a little to the chest when it comes to what is really going on in these games. Because I feel like if they were not confident in what they had, they would just show everything. The fact that they are still being a little precautious on what they are showing means that they know that they have something special. Hopefully. Okay, this section is getting rambly as hell. I just wanted to hop in here and, you know, splooge those few thoughts on the new Scarlet and Violet information. Just, this series has a death grip on my mind. I'm telling you guys. Yeah. What the fuck was I talking about in the main video? You're about to find out. Back to me.
And yeah, that's Scarlet and Violet. Obviously, there's still not a whole lot known about them despite 2 full trailers. So as responsible consumers, we should wait for new information to accumulate so we can make smart purchasing decisions. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm gonna buy this shit day 1 either way. Probably gonna get the double pack like a dumbass. While it still may not seem like the polished Pokemon game I want, I think there's plenty of potential in these games. So I am looking forward to them. Then again, I said the same thing about Sword and Shield, so what the fuck do I know? Okay, let's wrap it up. So after all that, what's the point of this video? I don't know, man. I just wanted to talk about Pokemon! I've spent so much of my time playing and thinking about this series.
Then I couldn't not make an hour-and-a-half long series about it.
I guess if I were to pull some semblance of a thesis from this mess, it would be this. Both BDSP and Legends Arceus represent the best and worst the series has to offer. It's crazy that these games were released within months of each other when they're on polar opposites of the spectrum of mainline Pokemon games. One being a traditional, safe, but ultimately really fun remake of a classic, and the other being a wild, strong step forward for the series, despite its multiple fumblings. I guess my point is that can't we maybe just smush these 2 games together? Would it be too much to ask for in an experimental game that takes some bold, new decisions, while also harkening back to what made people like me fall in love with it in the first place? I think it can be done, but in my opinion, it would take some reshuffling at Game Freak and how they pace their development. I would love to see a gap of at least like 2 years between games after Scarlet and Violet come out, just as a lark. I think the results may be surprising. Game Freak has proved that they can make 10 out of 10 games in the past, and I think with just a little bit more time, it can happen again, but that's not up to me. I will continue to love Pokemon with all my heart. Look, I was indoctrinated from a young age. I'll take my fandom of the series to the goddamn grave. But as the releases keep coming and I see glimmers of great ideas that were botched by time constraints, I can't help but feel disappointed. For as many problems as they may have, I will take my experience with these 2 games and look forward to what the series has to offer in the future. Wait, hold on. Seems like I missed criticism from my Legends Arceus review. Silly me. Surely it isn't anything too massive.
They changed the menu button from X to down on the D-pad, and it still trips me up to this day.
Oh, hell no! What the fuck? Throw it away! Ain't 0 out of 10. Fucking burn it all down. What the fuck?
Hey, hi, it's siideeye. There's not much time to waste, so I imagine if you clicked on this video, you know what Pokemon is, you know what analysis is, and you know what the hexadecimal codes of Scarlet and Violet are. So let's quickly get into this review of Pokemon FF2400 and 7F00FF. So, quick recap for those that didn't watch the last video. I've been a Pokemon fan all my life, and when both Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl and Legends Arceus came out in the same year, it put me in an odd place mentally with the series. With BDSP, I found it a safe, by the numbers, kinda bland, but ultimately harmless and solid remake of one of my favorite generations of Pokemon. And with Legends Arceus, while I appreciated Game Freak's willingness to go outside the bounds of what the franchise had been known for, I also thought the game suffered from a death of 1,000 cuts when it came to some of its design decisions that severely impacted my enjoyment of the game. I was at an impasse. I wanted a game that was still traditional in the way that BDSP was, but took risks like Legends Arceus. I wasn't sure I'd ever get that game, however. I felt that as long as Game Freak kept up the ridiculous release schedule they've had for the last few years, that dream game would stay just that, a dream. And that any other Pokemon games that would come out in the future would just be a compromised vision of what I wanted due to time constraints.
Guess what game I'm setting up for?
Enter Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the first truly open world games in the franchise. That's right, you can take your spinner rack here and here. Now that Scarlet and Violet have been out for over a year?
God, where did all the time go? Ah, classic mistake. I budgeted all my time for looking at Chun-Li.
Well, now Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have been out for a while, and have 2 newly released DLC expansions. Now that the dust has settled, Are they the dream Pokemon games I've been waiting for?
I don't know.
Look, if you couldn't tell by the never-ending discourse on this game, there's a lot to talk about Scarlet and Violet. And this is a big change for the series in terms of format. So, what I've decided is to tackle this analysis in 5 parts, considering I have a lot of thoughts about a lot of aspects of SMV. Things such as the open world, mechanics and gameplay, story, and DLC deserve separate discussions in my opinion. So, without further ado, let's finally get into it. Man, I don't know what to do first. Do I tackle the story? Perhaps the open world? Oh, I know! The gameplay! Play.
Oh, fuck. Where am I?
You, Side-Eye, have committed the grievous error of trying to have a discussion about Pokemon on the internet. As punishment, I have sentenced you to the Discourse Zone.
Oh my god! Am I gonna die here?
No, only for about 15 minutes.
Oh, well, it's not that bad.
But you have to endure the worst torture a man has ever known. Pokemon Discourse.
Hey guys, did you hear that Scarlet and Violet are unpolished? Yeah, there was no way of getting around it. If you have spent any time at all looking at discussions of this game, or well, just looking at it, it's clear that SNV have some teensy-weensy little technical issues. And people have had some thoughts on it. A lot of thoughts. Some say that it's a buggy and unfinished mess, and that Game Freak is the laziest developer in the games industry, and they must atone for their sins and pay recompense at the gates of Tartarus across the river Styx. And some say that, oh, well, Game Freak is just a little bitty indie company. They're just trying their best. In fact, I'm glad that they were able to give us the 20 frames a second we got. I could have done with half that amount.
Or somewhere between those two stanzas, I guess. I ain't really been paying attention, to be honest. Now, what do I think about it? Well, considering I'm damned for the next 15 minutes, which considering I'm a zoomer might as well be 15 years, I might as well get my thoughts out of the way now.
Okay, so first I want to tackle the bugs and glitches, since I have less to say about them than the other topic. Now, full disclosure, during my entire time with this game, I only experienced a few glitches, and none of them were even remotely game-breaking. There was one time where I was coming out of a salon and my game turned into the Shin Megami Tensei 4 wide ending.
Whoa, okay.
Closing the game and opening it back up fixed that. There were a couple NPCs that walked onto the battlefield in a big town, which I found really funny in the moment. Some general pop-in nonsense, and every once in a while my Pokemon would clip into the floor. I never fell through the floor, my character never turned into a homunculus, nothing. So, when considering this perspective, I hope it makes sense when I say that the bugs and glitches of SNV have been blown way out of proportion. Now, do not get me wrong, there are a ton of things to criticize about this game, but the glitches, in my opinion, are the slightest mark against it. Like, a lot of these horrifying glitches with the player models can only be achieved in very specific circumstances in multiplayer mode. And all of these other ones are so minor that they're not even worth bringing up in my opinion. Oh no, Esparta changes color sometimes depending on where the camera is. The horror! You can find bugs in almost every AAA game that releases now. And while that may be a bigger problem on its own, I don't think SNV are particularly egregious about it. One thing that I will side with the Scarlet and Violet detractors on, however, is that even though most of these bugs are harmless, they have been common enough to notice. Even though I didn't experience much myself, enough people did to turn them away from the game. And I can't really blame them for that. However minor they may be, constant pop-in is not a good look for your game. It makes the experience seem unpolished and not like the full price product it should be. And going off the talking point of polish, yes, it's finally time to talk about it. It is the main thing that has permeated discussion about Scarlet and Violet. The thing that no one can go 2 seconds without bringing up, the performance.
Hey, so I wanted to be as fair as possible to the bugs of Scarlet and Violet. Not only for the sake of general fairness, but also the fact that I am not going to be nearly as fair in this next section. I have a lot of things to say about the frame rate problems of Scarlet and Violet.
In fact, since I'm going to be ragging on the looks of this game for the rest of the video, I wanted to quickly go through a few aspects SNV does do great, visuals wise. The Pokemon models themselves look amazing when they're loaded in. When Pokemon first moved to 3D, a big complaint was that most of the Pokemon themselves looked very flat and lifeless. Now on a 3DS, that may be more excusable, but when the series moved to the Switch, things did not seem to improve. And it was becoming more and more clear that Game Freak was just using up-res versions of the 3DS models. But with Scarlet and Violet, the models seem to have actually gotten an upgrade. A ton of them have so much more depth and texture to them, such as fur or metallic reflections. Some mons even got depth added to their eyes, making it look less like they were just pasted onto them. And the animations have gotten a bump up in quality as well. It's still not perfect, but most battle animations are a lot shorter and snappier, and these unique move animations are incredible. And all Pokemon have cool little idle animations that you can only see while they're outside the Pokeball or in picnics. All of these compliments also apply to the human NPCs as well. Along with the slight art style shift, trainers and other NPCs have some of the most expressive animations to date. Look at Arven's hair physics or some of these great battle entrances. And man, personally, I really like the look of the Terra raids. This kaleidoscope effect is really cool. There's a ton of little added touches that I really appreciate about this game. It's clear that the art and animation team were on their A game during development, and was led by people with a true passion for the series, which is a shame considering where the rest of this section is going to go.
But regardless, this next section is going to go some places. If you're personally not a fan of rambly, ranty, screamy YouTube videos, or you're sensitive to topics such as workplace abuse, crunch, and the general nastiness of the gaming industry, this may be the best place to click off the video. I will try my damnedest to keep that talk to this section of the video, and all subsequent parts will be free from it. I just really need to get a year and a half's worth of ranting off my chest. So if that's not your jam, I totally get it. And I'll give you another moment to click off the video. We good? Good. What the fuck?
Are you serious, Game Freak? Or the Pokemon Company, or Nintendo, I don't care. Who thought it was okay to ship the game like this? Okay, I should step back. To those that don't know, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have a tiny problem where the game cannot maintain a consistent frame rate. And it's not just a little dip here and a little dip there. It's constant. Unless you are in one of the very few buildings in the game, chances are your game is lagging. Sometimes it's just a bit. Sometimes it goes down to the single digits. To most people, it's noticeable pretty much all the time. And it's not just a little nuisance. Pokemon games have had slowdown in certain areas in the past, such as Gen 6 when you turned the 3D slider on, or Sword and Shield when you went online in the wild area. It's the entire game. This is lag to the point of sickness. I wanted to write a whole section detailing the scale of the frame rate issues, citing the Digital Foundry review of the game and stuff. But I threw it all out. Because just look at it! From some of the first moments I was in control of my character, it was noticeable. And let me be clear, I am not going to excuse it whatsoever. But let's see it from that side for a second. The two most common arguments I see that justify the performance problems are, 1, the open world nature of the game means there's a lot more to render at one time, thus the lag spikes. And 2, the Switch is underpowered. Let's tackle these one at a time. For the first point, I can see what they mean in principle. There are a ton of open world games that dip in frames when things get hectic, especially on Switch. Heck, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, two of the most popular open world games on the system, have performance issues. But the difference is that in Zelda, they happen under very understandable circumstances. If there's 20 enemies surrounding you, or you explode 30 barrels at the same time, of course the game is going to get overwhelmed. In SNV, some of the worst spikes have happened for no apparent reason. It's random, or at least it seems like it. The only time you can count on the frame rate taking an extreme dip is when you're near a lake or other body of water. Something about the game's logic does not like that for some reason. But other than that, you can just be on your merry way in an open field and suddenly be bombarded with a sudden drop.
I know I'm ragging on this, but I really want to drive home the fact that this is the entire game. If it was like Zelda, and it only tanked when something crazy was happening, I wouldn't be doing this section, and I'd be talking about Clodsire right now. It's clear that whatever is happening to make the game dip like this, it is not the fact that the game is open world. And to point two, to those that say the game runs this way because the Switch is underpowered, I call bullshit. Look, it's clear that Nintendo is in dire need of new hardware right now, as some of its biggest games tend to struggle running on the thing. Outside of goddamn Kirby Return to Dreamland HD. It's a portable Xbox 360, and I'm not expecting the world here. It would be understandable to expect a couple technical hiccups for a game as ambitious as this, the first truly open world Pokemon game. But have you seen this game? This is not the look of a game that is pushing the hardware to its limits because of its ambition. The Switch can run games like The Witcher 3 and Doom Eternal. I don't buy for a second that this game is so demanding that it couldn't manage a stable 30 frames per second. So, what's going on here? Is Game Freak just lazy? Yeah, classic Game Freak. Just kicking up their feet all day, slacking off, probably playing paper football in the break room, and then they slap the game together 2 months before release. Yeah. If you watched the last video, you know exactly what I think the problem is. It's the sentiment most of the Pokemon community agrees with. Say it with me now. The yearly release schedule of the Pokemon franchise has put the series in a no-win situation, where each game is not given the proper time to finish polishing, subsequently resulting in said game coming out half-baked. And as a result of this never-ending Sisyphean Ouroboros of a development cycle, said unpolished game cannot get patched, because the team has to hastily move on to the next project. Man, we as a community need to come up with a shorter chant. Yep, once again, the yearly release schedule rears its ugly head once again. That was once again twice. I need to proofread this fucking script. Yep, the yearly release schedule rears its ugly head once again. And there's still so much to go over in this section, I don't want to repeat word for word what I said in the Legends Arceus video. But I do want to double down on a sentiment that I shared in it. In that video, I was a bit worried that I was jumping the gun, insinuating that the team was crunched to put Legends Arceus out. So I wrote in a come to your own conclusions, get out of jail free card in the script. But now with the release of SNV, I want to say that I am no longer afraid of being wrong. This team was crunched. What's my proof? Just look at it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Game Freak devs were working 30-hour weeks with unlimited smoke breaks. It sure doesn't look that way to me. If you ask me, this is not the product of a team that was given the time and care they needed. You know what? Honestly, my views on Pokemon's release schedule are shifting. Perhaps there's some bottom line somewhere that mandates a Pokemon game or two or DLC or whatever has to come out each year. Fine. But how does a publisher see a game like Scarlet and Violet and not see a problem? And how do they not do anything to solve that problem? Why do they not help Game Freak? Help like staffing up or outsourcing some heavy lifting / engine optimization to a developer like Monolith. They helped out with Breath of the Wild, why not Pokemon? Bandai Namco helped develop the last few Smash games. Why can't Nintendo or the Pokemon Company find a suitable support studio for Pokemon? Hell, Call of Duty has 3 separate developers working on the franchise at all times. And even those games come out half-baked in some aspects. It's just so baffling, especially when all of these technical problems create the biggest controversy in the series history, and I do not say that lightly. I never thought I'd see a controversy bigger than Gen 8 with the National Dex, but Pokemon Scarlet and Violet discourse made Watergate look like a kindergarten playground fight. I've never before seen such a wide-reaching Pokemon discourse, other than maybe when it first blew up in the late 90s. When Dexit happened, a ton of people knew about it, but the specificity of it made it a bit confusing to those that don't follow the series. The common layman would hear the words, the new Pokemon game doesn't have all the Pokemon in it, and they would either be like, oh, that sounds bad, or there's too many Pokemon anyway. it wasn't as easily understandable as this. I mean, the footage speaks for itself. You can talk about all the minutiae of how all the mechanics and the design of the games have changed, either for the better or worse, and try to have a civil conversation about the game, but it all gets bulldozed by this! If there's one thing you don't want to piss off terminally online gamers on, it's frame rates. It's really gone to the point where it feels like you can't have a genuine conversation about the series without it turning feral. And in certain ways, it's kind of hard to argue against. Despite me, spoilers, otherwise enjoying Scarlet and Violet, I wouldn't put it past someone if they said that I couldn't play this game because the game made them sick to look at. What do you say about that? Get over it? No! This is a genuine accessibility issue. There were times where even I had to put the game down for a while because it chugs in certain areas. And all of this lack of polish cannot be good for the brand. Even the most cynical businessman in the world has to look at this and see that this is not what you want your property to be associated with. Even with the high sales numbers, I can't imagine anybody with power at any of these three companies responsible for Pokemon see the technical issues of this game as anything but bad news. To put it simply, it turns people away. Despite what you might read online, I think the majority of people want to like Pokemon. It is an eternally interesting concept. Being able to capture any of these creatures and have them fight alongside you as your partner. There's a reason why Pokemon is the most lucrative brand in the world. It has wide appeal. But having the games come out like this, those that are not already in the ecosystem are repelled and seek other options, whether that be another franchise entirely or an alternative. I hate that I'm bringing this up, but why do you think Pal World got as big as it did? Even though this is not really a Pokemon game at all, it still takes the general concept and mixes it with a popular genre of games, survival games. That simple of a concept was able to sell in the double-digit millions because it's enticing. People want a Pokemon game that they can like, that they can play with their friends. They are clearly looking for alternatives because they're finding something in that game that they aren't in yours. It's just that this is one more brick in the wall when it comes to this fucked up industry. As I'm writing this and as I'm recording this, the games industry is in a dire state. I mean, people are saying that this is the second big gaming crash. Every other day there's yet another story about a company laying off 1,000 or so employees. Why does this shit happen on top of every game having to come out either unfinished or compromised, despite sales being high as ever? Why is every company appealing to their shareholders and not the people that actually make and consume their products? Why do we put up with this? Why is the state of gaming like this? I'm so sick of this shit! This is unacceptable!
I bought this game 3 times.
Okay. Let's calm down for a second. You know, the performance issues with Scarlet and Violet are a big mark against it. Of course. But there's gotta be more to the game, right? There's gameplay mechanics, characters, structural changes, and the story that we haven't even begun to touch yet. And that is exactly what I intend to do.
I am going to give these games the analysis they deserve, divorced from all the bullshit drama and discourse. I am going to determine once and for all, are Scarlet and Violet good games? That is my promise to you.
It seems you have seen the light. You will now be transported out of the discourse zone. Go, my child. You have work to do.
Wait, are you? Oh god, I'm back. Oh, fuck. Well, I hope we all learned a valuable lesson on learning from both sides and possibly... Wasn't there a game I was supposed to talk about?
Hey, hi, have you heard that Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are open world? You may have missed this tiny detail in the lead up to release if you weren't paying attention.
Open world RPGs.
Open world gameplay and exploration.
Open world Pokemon game.
The open world format.
Big
Pokemon Go's open world.
The fact that they went open world.
Fucking
Open world Pokemon.
Open world Pokemon game.
Open-ended gameplay.
map.
Scarlet and Violet's open world.
A big open space.
Skyrim.
Ah yes, the natural endpoint for any big gaming franchise. What if we made this, but the size of Delaware? And with Sawaddle.
I just had to.
Yep, the geniuses at Game Freak finally found a way to make a Pokemon game without loading screens. Except for that one, and okay, there's that one. Okay, the map is really big now. Now, don't go thinking that Pokemon but open world is some grand new concept or anything. The idea has existed for quite a while actually. Ever since the conception of the genre, people, especially fans, have theorized and even made fan projects on how the open world format would benefit the series. Poke MMO, Poke Wilds, and Pokemon Abstract come to mind. These are all amazing projects with a ton of talented people behind them. Seeing people come together and put a project like this out of pure passion for the series always makes me proud to be a fan of the series and part of this community. And on the other hand, you have some of the most god-awful mock-ups I've ever seen. Yeah, with every high-effort fan game or concept region, you get approximately 7,000 of these Unreal Engine-ass mock-ups. No shade to the makers of these things, you're probably honestly more talented and smart than I'll ever be.
I still can't even remember how to spell beautiful correctly.
Ooh, yikes. But what is with these mock-ups and wanting to turn Pokemon into Skyrim? And I'm not saying that it's like some specific fun crossover idea. A lot of these images and videos usually come with comments like, "This is what Pokemon would be if Game Freak wasn't so lazy." Like, you know what game you're talking about here, right? Pokemon is, at its core, a turn-based RPG. And so many of these concepts turn it into a straight action game. Now, I'm not saying that there's not room for action elements in Pokemon. I quite like the movement in Legends Arceus. But there's gotta be a line here, guys. I mean, this isn't Dark Souls here. Okay, get that off the screen. Get that off the screen. Get that off the screen. I bring this up to ask the question, does Pokemon need to go open world? I get that the games themselves have been stagnant for a while, but is the fact that you can't scale a mountain or spend 20 hours going from one end of the map to another really the main thing the games have been missing? It's just that there's been this trend in gaming in the last decade or so where it seems like the natural way to go for any series is to make it bigger. Final Fantasy VII? Bigger. Monster Hunter? Bigger. Resident Evil, according to rumors? Bigger. I don't know, I think it's just a bit uncreative to ask, what if this franchise but open world? Why does that have to be the natural endpoint to every series? But, regardless of your stance on the subject, it seems that Game Freak themselves have been ruminating on the prospect of an open world Pokemon game as well, and it's shown in their output over the last 6 years or so. It started with Sword and Shield, and its introduction of the Wild area.
Looks pretty tame to me. What the fuck?
Despite Sword and Shield lacking in a lot of areas, I always felt like one of its biggest boons was the Wild area. There was something so freeing and kind of exciting about exploring a whole area filled with roaming Pokemon, some of which can be much higher level than you. In a game with a lot of questionable decisions, the Wild area in Sword and Shield seemed to be the one area where the dev team was really cooking. The problem was the fact that they made it the size of a Gmod map. Yeah, despite everything I just said, the major problem with the Wild area, at least with the base game, was the fact that there wasn't much of it. I remember when I played this game blind for the first time, I was convinced that this section in the middle was going to be the starter Wild area, and that there was going to be a whole other secret one that was hidden in the post game or something. I have not had a hopeful thought since. There was just one Wild area, and in retrospect, this thing is tiny. There's like 3 biomes, a daycare center, some trees, and that was it. The DLC fixed this problem somewhat by adding 2 admittedly pretty good and diverse wild areas to the game. But I always found it hilarious that the marketing for this game pushed the wild area so hard when you don't really interact with it that much. Most of my memories with this game don't really have to do with it, to be honest. But for our purposes here today, I do look back at Sword and Shield's wild area with a bit of quaint nostalgia, as a bit of a stepping stone of sorts. Fast forward to 2022, and the release of Legends Arceus. Now, I have a whole video explaining my thoughts on Legends Arceus, but what you need to know for now is that the semi-open areas were one of my favorite things about that game. I think Game Freak took the idea of the wild area and gave us 5 honestly pretty memorable areas. Even a couple years removed from it, there's plenty of landmarks and encounters from those areas that I remember pretty vividly. Climbing on the Coronet Highlands, that big Rapidash from the starting area, the ice caves of the Alabaster Icelands, that big bitch of Powdon in the Crimson Mirelands. Classic memories. And even though I had problems with the task system in that game, one thing that I will give it is that many of the tasks forced me to master the terrain. Whether that be getting higher ground to get a good vantage, or using the tall grass patches, walls, and cliff sides to sneak around certain Pokemon. Each of the 5 areas are pretty distinct as well. I don't think I ever got 2 of them mixed up. Okay, I should move on. If you want more thoughts on that front, please go watch the first video. The point is that Legends Arceus took what Sword and Shield did with the wild areas and majorly expanded it. To a point. You see, these were all still separate areas that you had to select from a map screen, not one connected world. That may not seem like a big distinction, but it kind of is. The areas are gated off to you based on your progression through the game. What if there was a Pokemon game with one seamless open world? What if you could go anywhere, do anything, and not be tied down and barred off in any way?
I love asking stupid leading questions.
And then, of course, we arrive to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and the region of Paldea, an open world region based on Spain that you can explore in any way you want. One thing I will give this game off the bat is that from the jump, the open world was the thing about Scarlet and Violet. They didn't pussyfoot around it, there was no tease, just boom, open world. This was a good sign to me at the time. I was glad that Game Freak was committing to a single idea first, and then building the game around it. An idea that they had built up and innovated over time, and not just thrown out for a new gimmick entirely. That honestly was a major refreshing change. It seemed like Game Freak was actually committed to this, and it's not hard to see why. At the risk of contradicting myself from earlier, I would like to say that there are a lot of things Pokemon can benefit from by going open world on paper. For one, there's the opportunity to actually explore the world of Pokemon. It may seem like a simple thing, but really, the main draw and main arguing point for an open world Pokemon game is that we've never really gotten the opportunity in the past to explore a region in depth. While Pokemon games in the past have had excellent senses of space for what they are, in my opinion, I can't tell you how many times as a kid I asked myself, ooh, I wonder what's over there, only to find out it was an inaccessible area. An open world game would theoretically fix that problem. You see that interesting landmark or feature? You can go there. The other big drawing point for an open world would of course be the Pokemon themselves. What if you could see each species of Pokemon in their natural habitat, just doing their thing? Now, Legends Arceus already had this base covered, with how each and every Pokemon is fully shown in the world walking around. But what if it went further? For example, what if you saw the Pokemon themselves fighting each other in the open world over territory? There's still so much that could be explored with the Pokemon themselves and how they interact with the world. Just see either the anime or the Pokemon Snap games, for example. It would be small details, but I promise you that they would add up in the end. And from a pure gameplay and design angle, an open world Pokemon game could fix the pacing problem a lot of classic games in the series face. I am once again going to reference this Funk video as an example. Instead of being walled off on which Pokemon you can get, what gym leaders you face, and what areas you are granted access to at any given time, a true open world game would let the player create the exact team that they want, face all the challenges in the game in any order they want, and truly make their playthrough their own. Scarlet and Violet have the possibility to be the most replayable games in the series thanks to this format.
Okay, now it's time. Now that all the possibilities and expectations are out there, it's finally time to see how Scarlet and Violet stack up. And finally ask the question, are Scarlet and Violet good open world games?
Yeah, they're pretty good. Okay, let's lay out the facts. I did full playthroughs of both Scarlet and Violet. I wanted to test out just how different two playthroughs can be from each other. From the starting city, I went in completely different directions in each game. Also, for the first playthrough in Scarlet, I went in completely blind, not planning out my team at all, and only having a rough idea of which Pokemon I wanted to check out from what I saw in the marketing materials. On the second save in Violet, however, I planned out my entire team from the start and tried to see how easy/fun it was to hunt down each of the team members. Here's the order I went in each playthrough contrasted with each other. It's also worth noting that I spent a considerable amount of time during my initial Scarlet save compared to my second playthrough, since I was trying to really take in the game and fully explore the systems on my first go around. It took me about 65 hours for Scarlet and then roughly 25 hours for the Violet one. And after my 2 playthroughs, I came out with 2 big takeaways about its open world. 1. Game Freak was absolutely right to go the open world direction with the series, as Scarlet and Violet works as an open world game. And 2, I think they still have a long way to go until they have a truly classic open world game on their hands. But first, let's start with the positives. Overall, it's pretty fun. I'm happy to report that both my playthroughs of the game felt pretty different from each other. The loose structure of this game really makes it the most spontaneous Pokemon game to date. There were a bunch of times where I was dead set on an objective, only to be distracted by a million tiny things on the way. This, in my opinion, is the way you do an open world game. It's not about pure size or how detailed the world is. Those can definitely be factors for sure, but to me, an open world is at its best when you can get lost in all the little side activities and challenges, and are properly rewarded for exploring them. Things such as the Terra raids, which I love by the way. They took the G-Max raids from Sword and Shield and actually made them fun to play. Instead of each player going when it's their turn, the Terra raids do something a bit bold and turn the game into a semi-active time raid boss, kind of like an MMO. Timing is kind of crucial, and there's a bigger focus on synergies and teamwork. I honestly really enjoy them, not only in terms of the Pokemon you could find and the rewards that you get from completing them, but also the spice that they add to the larger game. For example, in my first blind playthrough of the game, I knew I wanted a Greavard, since I saw it in the trailers and I thought it looked pretty cool. I didn't know where to find one, so I scoured the map until, lo and behold, I found one in a Terra raid, way earlier in the game than I probably should have had one. I then caught it, and it ended up being on my final team. The fact that I was able to tell a war story about a Pokemon game that doesn't involve some hard boss is proof that the open world format works. And the Terra raids are still only a small part of the larger picture in Paldea. I felt like I was constantly breadcrumbed along through the entire game, with all the little pickups and objectives, so I never really got bored. There's Gimme Gold coins, caves, Terra Pokemon, pickups, TMs, and a bunch of little landmarks to draw your attention. Although I will talk about the lack of side quests later, I really loved how you unlock the legendary quadruple here. There's these stakes scattered all across Paldea, some in some pretty clever areas. And once you pull out all the stakes in a particular region, you unlock one of the 4 legendaries. On top of me personally liking the legendaries themselves quite a lot, the way you unlock them made it all the more rewarding. If you're gonna take one thing away from this video, it's that Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are the most a Pokemon game has felt like an adventure in a long time. Which may not be much considering, but the point still stands. Rather than the player shaping the game to fit their playstyle, Paldea cleverly shapes around the player with its various systems. Don't like the Terra raids? You don't have to do them. Don't want to hunt down 300 Gimme Gold coins? Totally optional. The game never really forces you to do any of these side activities, but they're here for the people that want to do them, and the game properly awards you for doing so. I love that the game almost never stops you from doing anything. You can go in any order you please, and the game doesn't really tell you no, which is a sign of a good open world. Another good sign is the diversity that you can find within its landmass and population. In part 1, I've already gone over how the game doesn't look so hot. But in terms of the actual design of the map, I would say it's pretty solid. There's a lot of land to cover, and there's some decently diverse biomes to traverse in that land.
I had a ton of fun in the region of Paldea. Game Freak realized that if you're gonna have an open map, there ought to be stuff to actually do in it. And I would say overall they nailed it. But unfortunately in the rulebook it says that not all of God's creations are born without sin, art included. So, Let's see how they fucked up.
So, I'm really conflicted on the level scaling, or lack thereof, in this game. For those that don't know, the three main types of objectives in Scarlet and Violet, the gym leaders, the team star fights, and the Titan Pokemon, are all at fixed levels. So that means that no matter what order you do these objectives in, the challenge each one poses will always be at a fixed point. Whereas if the objectives were scaled to your general team level, it would ensure that each challenge would be just the right difficulty for you at that point of the game. I know this is technically a gameplay thing, but I'm saying my piece here since the order you go in does affect how you traverse and interact with the open world. While it's true that level scaling would mean that there would be a lot more variation in each playthrough, and possibly make Paldea a fresher experience each time you go through the game, I would like to play devil's advocate for a second.
I think I've had nightmares about this.
Now, on paper, level scaling in Scarlet and Violet seems like a great idea. For example, just imagine that each gym leader could have various different teams at various different stages, depending on what order you got to them. The possible variations for each gym leader would be staggering. But take a step back for a second and repeat that. The variations would be staggering. Do you understand how much effort that would take for the developers to balance each and every gym in the game 64 different times to account for each and every possible order you can go in? And that would just be the simple changes. Things like the amount of Pokemon each gym leader has, the levels they're at, their abilities, moves, held items, and general AI would have to completely change to fit where you're at in your adventure. And remember, the gyms are only 1/3 of this game. The same thing would have to apply to the Titan battles and the Team Star raids as well. It just seems like a bit much to me. And while it sounds cool, I honestly don't think that this would be the best way to balance the game, even if it was feasible by the development team. I mean, it would be impressive, but would it really make for a better game? Honestly, I was initially disappointed by the lack of level scaling. But as I played through the game, and especially after I replayed it, I found the way that Game Freak did it was an okay solution. See, while yes, the challenges are static, I felt that the way that they're laid out made it kind of fun to see if I could take on challenges that were above my weight class. For example, when I fought the Titan Pokemon Great Tusk, I was over 20 levels under where I should have been, and I got my ass kicked the first couple times I tried it. But I was getting just far enough to where I was confident that I could beat it. And eventually I did. That fight was honestly the most exhilarated and hyped a Pokemon game had gotten me in a long while. A level of hype that wouldn't have been achieved if I was about the same level as it, and I was just moderately challenged. Now, to be fair, there were also times where the exact opposite happened. Iono, for example, was like the second to last gym I faced, and I steamrolled her, no struggle whatsoever. But also, even that felt like I was getting away with something. Like I was sequence breaking the game and that I had complete control over my experience. That is something I cannot say for the last, 10 years of Pokemon? I don't know though. I said all that, but I can still kind of see it from the other side. The first big open world Pokemon game and you have these static ass challenges? Where's the variety? The spontaneity? I think it could be possible to implement some sort of soft level scaling, I guess, where their teams could be either scaled up or down 5 levels, depending on your circumstances. It's not an elegant solution, but it would probably be better than what we got here. In my opinion, level scaling is one of those things that you either commit to or you don't. It's like an ethos sort of thing. Anyway, enough of this complicated game design stuff. Ain't this map wacky? Yeah, I don't know exactly where to talk about this, so I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about it here. This map is terrible. Or at least dysfunctional and never wants to comply with me. I at least like it when you set a destination and it orients you in the direction of it. That's a nice quality of life feature. But everything else, from moving this cursor around to trying to get the exact right zoom down, just feels wrong. Damn near 150 hours into this game and I cannot
get this menu down for the life of me. This honestly feels like some sort of outsider art, like Game Freak had never played an open world game with a map before and they made their best approximation. There's these little icons that indicate the Pokemon that are in the area without telling you exactly where they are, only telling you that they maybe spawn in the area you're in. It's weird and I don't like it.
Well, sounds like a perfect excuse for a public execution to me.
Traversal can also be kind of a pain. I feel like Koraidon constantly gets stuck on terrain when climbing, and then he can't jump off properly, and then the frame rate starts hitching, and then it's just an overall uncomfortable experience. Also, what's with these region names? Hey little Timmy, what's your favorite location in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Oh, I really love North Providence, parentheses, Area 2. That's my favorite! I get that you have to delineate these open areas somehow, but did you have to name them so dryly? Okay, I'm starting to nitpick. Let's get to the main meat of my problems with Paldea as an open world. Paldea has this weird quality to it where it can often feel very barren? I think the flat textures definitely have something to do with that. I mean, just look at this path. I've seen $5 Unity games with more going on here. But also, while there's a lot of stuff on the way to keep you distracted and draw your attention, Paldea has a problem of not really feeling all that lived in. Take the trainers, for example. They just kinda stand there. You can choose whether you want to fight them or not in like 99% of circumstances. Other than XP and possibly money, which you also get a bunch of in this game, there's not really a whole lot to gain from going out of your way to fight them. They tried to remedy this by having a guy at every Poké Center out in the open world who keeps track of every battle you've done. And if you reach a certain threshold of battles in that area, you're given a reward. But the rewards, in my opinion, aren't really all that worth it. It's mostly TMs and held items, most of which you can get from other places and shops. I mean, it's nice that there's some kind of reward, but I think they should have rethought how this system works. Especially since most of the trainers out there are really spread apart and they're kind of easy to miss. And again, they just stand there. I really wish there was at least one type of trainer that could get the jump on you and catch you off guard. Pretty much all open world games have ambush mechanics like this to keep the player on their toes and make the open world more unexpected and like there's actual threats out there. And isn't that one of the main conceits of the franchise? Don't go out in the tall grass, kid, it's dangerous. There's not a lot of threats out in Paldea. It's mostly static encounters that you can totally pass over if you want. To me, the biggest threats out in the open world of Scarlet and Violet are trying to go 2 steps without accidentally running into a microscopic wild Pokemon I didn't see. Seriously, I wish there was some ability like Ryuji's from Persona 5, where you could just crash through low-level Pokemon without having to fight them. Another disappointment I had with Paldea is the lack of side quests. Now, Pokemon has never been known for its side quests per se. Its optional content has mostly been relegated to minigames and post-game checklist stuff. Complete the Pokedex, rematch the gym leaders in Elite Four, Battle Tower, yada yada. But I think Scarlet and Violet would have been a perfect opportunity to add a proper quest log and other side activities to the series. I honestly thought that was the way that they were going, since Legends Arceus did have a bunch of optional quests you could do, with some even contributing to your progress in the Pokedex. But no, they're not here in pretty much any form. Now that's not to say that there's not enough stuff to do in this game. There is, especially in the DLC, but not really in the open world. It's mostly stuff like the classes you can take, rematches, little optional cutscenes. And while this stuff is cool, to me it's a major missed opportunity to not have more robust side activities in the open world. The main point of this game existing in the first place. Even if it wasn't full side quest chains, just some sort of random event or something to make it more engaging. Because as it is, the open world is fun, and I guess there's no other descriptor I could use. It's dumb fun to go filling out your Pokedex. It's dumb fun to do the terror raids. It's dumb fun to pick up all the little items on the ground. Paldea is just missing that X factor, that extra juice that makes a lot of other open world games more than just dumb fun. Just off the top of my head, I can come up with 1,000 little ideas for encounters. I can imagine some sort of system where the Pokemon themselves can ambush you and force an unavoidable raid-like battle in the open world. Maybe some NPCs or your friends can come and join you to take it down. Maybe they can add a type of trainer that can jump out of a bush or disguise themselves as treasure, and have a team of Pokemon with a unique strategy that you have to figure out. And after you beat them, maybe you can get a great reward, like unique currency that you can trade in for rare items. Those
those ideas are things I came up with in like 10 minutes. So I'm sure the senior designers at Game Freak have the capability to come up with something even more interesting next time.
And that's just the thing with every Pokemon release, right? There's always a next game. Maybe they can clean this up. Maybe they can fix this. Maybe this won't be as broken next time. Oh well, at least it's a step in the right direction. And we as fans have to pray to God that Game Freak iterates on this concept and doesn't just throw it away for some whole other new gimmick. But I will say that I am more hopeful than ever that this won't happen this time. Like I covered earlier, Game Freak has been exploring open areas for a few games in a row now. So I think this signals that this is going to be the main format going forward. So please, Game Freak, please iterate on this idea for whatever game you got cooking up next. And please listen to our feedback. And there it is, my thoughts on the open world of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. At the end of the day, I want to get across that the format works. And I think that's the main thing we should be focusing on, regardless of how flawed it may be. And I also think that we shouldn't forget that I went through this entire section without mentioning Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom once.
Congratulations, Side-Eye! That's a YouTube first. You're officially the best Pokemon YouTuber of all time.
Damn, that was a good analysis of the open world. And here's another milestone.
We're already at the halfway point of the Scarlet and Violet analysis. We've already tackled so much ground. We've covered the performance, the bugs, the open world, and I'm sure some other stuff. And before we get started, let me take a look at the old itinerary to see what we have left. Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm starting to think that 5 parts wasn't enough to fully dive into every topic regarding this game. But fear not, I've come up with a solution. God, what the fuck am I gonna do? 2 whole parts and I barely scratched the surface! God, if only there was a crutch a lazy and unprepared YouTuber could use when they don't know how to structure their video. Wait. Introducing the siideeye Assistant, a helpful AI that I created myself. Okay, I bought it from Mercari for like 15 bucks, but I programmed it to help with the pacing and structure of this video. Go ahead and introduce yourself, siideeye.
Hello, I am siideeye, and I will be helping siideeye with the analysis of the deeper mechanics and features of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet today, and totally will not be hijacking the video in a few minutes' time.
Well, that's reassuring. You see, I trust siideeye here as much as I trust all 5 fingers on my hand. Now, why don't you go ahead and cite our first topic?
Gladly generating. First, we will talk about the Pokédex.
Great choice. What a better place to start than the topic I've been dying to talk about, the Pokédex. Now, this has got to be one of, if not my favorite thing about Scarlet and Violet. There's so many aspects I think they got right about this, I don't really know where to begin. But let's start with the Pokemon themselves. So, Gen 9 adds roughly 120 new Pokemon to the series. And to be honest, a lot of them are hits for me. This section would be way too long if I were to go over every single one. So I'll highlight some standouts. I would say that S&V has a pretty solid lineup of starters, but to me, there was only one option. And of course, it would have to be this stupid friggin' pepper. In my Legends Arceus video, I said that Fuecoco would be my favorite of the starters in this game. And I would say that I was right on the money. The Fuecoco line has gotta be one of, if not my favorite starter evolution line ever. It starts off with this cute derpy little pepper dinosaur, Fuecoco. And let's be honest, there wasn't any universe where I did not pick this guy. Just look at him. Then you get Crocolore, which is the perfect middle evolution to me. Super awkward and ugly as sin, but made me so interested in what it was going to evolve into, especially with that curious egg on top of its head. And then comes Skeledirge, the ultimate payoff. Everything about it is so cool. It's a big ass fire ghost crocodile that sings with a flaming bird that turns into a microphone when it attacks. This is the type of creativity that I love and expect from Game Freak's character designers. I think my initial reaction says it all, honestly.
Yo, oh my god, he's so cool! Oh, I made the right choice. He's a singer? Singer. He's a ghost?
He's a ghost!
Then you got Mousehold, a family of mice that turns child abuse into a gameplay mechanic. Garganackle, a giant salt golem that I had on my team for a good while. I got a lot of use out of its signature move. Bellybolt, a goofy electric frog with a ton of HP and a really fun signature ability that encourages you to take hits to do larger damage. It also helps that I found a shiny one and I use it for my entire DLC playthrough. And it was actually really strong. Shout out to Mello, you're the GOAT. Mabostiff, if you know, you know. Toadsquirrel is a really cool divergent evolution of Tentacruel. It's a big mushroom that walks on its hind legs. And here's a big one. Tinkaton. Man, I was immediately interested in this thing as soon as I saw Tinkatink, its pre-evolved form. Just this pathetic little babby with a steel rattle in its hand. It looks so sad, I named it Triste. And I was not expecting it to turn into the toughest Pokemon I had ever seen. And that's tough with 2 F's at the end, mind you. Tinkaton is this little pink dwarf with a gargantuan 220-pound hammer it uses to knock Corviknight out of the sky with. It's also definitely playing off the small girl with a large weapon trope, which is a really interesting angle. That's also saying nothing about its signature move, Gigaton Hammer, which I used to one-shot many unsuspecting Pokemon. It's cute, it's silly, it's unhinged, it's one of my favorite Gen 9 Mons. Triste ended up being on my final team for the base game, by the way. You then got Houndstone, which is the evolved form of Greavyard, which I mentioned in the previous video. I love its creepy design and its signature move. It also ended up being on my final team. Titan is another standout. It's a big ass ice whale with one of the best shinies I've ever seen. You then got Annihilate, which is of course a divergent evolution of Primeape. It's a really cool ghost fighting type that somehow managed to make Primeape seem cromulent by comparison. You ever get so mad that you died? And then there's King Gambit, which is a whole new evolution to the Pawniard line. Now, I've always loved Vishart, but this new evolution makes it one of my favorite evolutionary lines now. It's definitely supposed to be a Shogun with its large steel mustache and its samurai armor, and I also really like how it continues the chess theme of its pre-evolutions. Just an overall great blend of design decisions. Great stuff. And there's so many other new Pokemon that I love. Goldango, a fitting creature for the 1000th Pokemon title, Dondozo and Tatsugiri, which have a really fun mechanic in double battles, all 4 of the legendary quadruple, which are based on Chinese myth, but that's where I'll leave it for now.
I feel like I'm forgetting something important, something that if you'd followed my internet presence for the last few years, you would have expected me to bring up by now. You think you can help me, siideeye?
Well, according to the algorithm, you're supposed to talk about
This 500-pound brown salamander is, and I have no amount of doubt when I say this, my favorite Pokemon of all time. Where do I even start? Okay, first, we can all agree that Wooper and Quagsire were already 10 out of 10 designs in the first place, right? There's a reason this line has been memed and loved by the entire fandom for years. So, when they initially revealed Paldean Wooper, I could already tell that Game Freak was cooking up something special for us. And I had big expectations. But I was not expecting the perfection that was the result. Doesn't this image just fill you with joy? They took Quagsire and improved it on every level. The switch from bipedal to quadrupedal is just perfect. I just love how flat Clodsire is. That combined with the derpy expression just makes you want to protect it and cherish it like a newborn baby. Poison is also personally one of my favorite types. I love setting up poison spikes in Toxic. One of my favorite strategies. Speaking of spikes, you see these spots on Clodsire's back? Those aren't just for show. They're also poisonous spines that jut out from its back every time it attacks. The combination of a dumb, silly design with something that is legitimately dangerous and menacing is bar none my favorite design trope in all of Pokemon. And Clodsire just captures that perfectly. I could go on forever. I love its two-tone body. I love its horrendous 20 base speed points. I love its wide mouth. I just love this thing's entire vibe. If I was a Pokemon, I would be a Clodsire. Just a perfect specimen in every aspect. That speaks to me on a personal level.
And the new Pokemon aren't the only thing that I love about Scarlet and Violet's Pokedex. I also really like its generation spread when it comes to older Pokemon as well. I feel like for a while there, it seemed like any given new Pokemon region had a high bias when it came to what older Pokemon were chosen to be included in the Pokedex. Especially to Gens 1 and 3. I feel like there hasn't been a single Pokemon game where I hadn't had to deal with Pelipper's annoying ass. But with Scarlet and Violet, I feel like that curse has finally been broken. I realize that this is a very vibes-based and subjective take, but to my eye, the generation spread in terms of returning Pokemon is perfect. Every generation of Pokemon has some substantial representation here. I guess if I was nitpicking, I would say that there's maybe a bit more of Unova Pokemon than others, and a bit of a lack of Galar. But to me, that's really stretching to find any inconsistencies. Honestly, this is the first time ever since the removal of the National Pokedex where I don't miss it at all. Like, oh no, I can't transfer Parasect and Carnivine into my game, what will I do? There was never a time when I was playing where I went, man, this is great. But if only Herdier were here. I also want to talk about the Pokedex itself, like the actual presentation of the device in-game, and how amazing and well done it is. One of the best visual touches in this game is whenever you register a new Pokemon to the Dex, an animation plays of a book spinning and being slotted into a digital library. You can then go back and look through these books like you're exploring an actual library. Each of the Pokemon has a unique picture on the cover, and it's fun trying to imagine what each Pokemon's cover is going to look like. And most of the time, they deliver. This is really cool, but also extremely incongruent with the rest of the game. To me, it's so weird that the Pokedex of all things is the most stylized and flashy thing in this entire game. I would have liked to see at least 50% of this effort put into other things in this game, but that's just me. And then there's Pokedex milestones, all new to Scarlet and Violet. You see, for every 10 unique Pokemon you catch, you're given a reward. And these rewards vary. It starts off as very simple stuff, such as elemental stones and stardust, but the items you get slowly get more and more valuable, especially the special Pokeballs. I've always loved the level balls design, so I was ecstatic that there was a way to get one naturally again. This is such a smart idea that I'm honestly kind of shocked it came from modern Game Freak. One of the most long-standing prevailing jokes in the fandom since like Gen 4 or so is how underplayed and de-incentivized Pokedex completion has been for a while. From the removal of the gotta catch 'em all tagline, and the only consistent reward for completing the damn thing being a piece of digital paper and a shiny charm, it's been clear for a while that Game Freak doesn't really expect most players to register every single Pokemon. But this is honestly a great way to reward players for making progress in the Dex, even if they don't finish it. None of these items are life-changing, but they're valuable enough for the player to see them in the menu and think, maybe I'll be on the lookout for some new Pokemon on the road to my next objective. I mean, who doesn't need a couple heavy balls in their life? And who knows, maybe that Pokemon they catch on the way becomes a new favorite, and then they use it on their team to beat the game with it, and it's their best friend in the world, and shit, where all this merch come from. This is the perfect incentive for Pokedex completion. Actual, tangible, and reachable rewards that string the player along. Well, not actually tangible and reachable, but you know what I mean. Okay, one final thing that I want to bring up in terms of the Pokedex is something I'm a bit more mixed on. You see, in the 120 new Pokemon SNV introduces, a good portion of the last chunk of new Mons is taken up by Paradox Pokemon. Through various plot devices in the story, someone has done some time shenanigans and has brought Pokemon either from the past or the future, depending on what version you're playing. These are Pokemon out of time. Creatures that for all intents and purposes shouldn't be here. And I think they're just okay. First off, you can't even catch these damn things until the ass end of the game. Some even being locked to the post-game of the DLC, well after you have an established team. And I know that a lot of the Paradox Pokemon are very competitively viable, but I don't care about competitive, I want them to be my friends! There's not even a way to evolve or convert your current members into Paradox Pokemon, because yes, these are very much divergent versions of existing Pokemon. Some of them to almost a comical degree, like Fluttermane is just a Mischievous with a little extra. And in terms of which ones I like and which ones I don't, I'm very split. As in split right down the middle, because I really like like all the past Paradox Pokemon and really don't like all the future ones. All the Scarlet exclusive Paradox Pokemon are really interesting in what prehistoric creature or concept they're based on. Screamtail is like a caveman version of Jigglypuff. Brute Bonnet is a reference to an extremely old fungus that possibly wiped out the dinosaurs, and various others are based on obscure genuses of dinosaurs that are steeped in archaeological history and lore that I did way too much reading on to make this video. And the future Paradox Pokemon are like,
What if it was a fucking robot?
I'm sorry. These are so boring. They're just robots. Like, I looked through Bulbapedia and so many other sources to find if there's any interpretation of what obscure sci-fi concepts these things could be referencing, and I could only find the most grasping at straws takes imaginable. Like, yeah, Iron Moth could be a UFO, could also be not. Iron Hands is supposedly supposed to be a defibrillator. I don't really see that, like, at all, but okay. I swear, these are the same people who see Stanley Kubrick's face in the clouds at the beginning of The Shining. But some of these are literally just robot versions of existing Pokemon. Iron Boulder is literally Iron Boulder. Iron Leaves is based on Virizion. Cool story, bro. They're not even interesting robots to look at. Like, yup. That's a mechanical Tyranitar and Gallade, alright. The character design equivalent of room temperature water, or like a towel rack. Like, it's definitely there. It fulfills its purpose well, just doesn't inspire anything in me. I could keep going, but all I want to get across is that I was 100% right to go with Scarlet as my first playthrough. Better Legendary, better Professor, better exclusive Paradox Pokemon.
Wow, that went on long. If you couldn't tell, I was initially going to do a video just on the Pokedex. But thanks to siideeye, I was able to seamlessly integrate it into this video. Thanks, siideeye.
It was nothing. Before we move on to the next topic, may I make a suggestion?
Oh, and what's that?
According to my data, it seems like adding subtitles to these in-between segments would be best for audience retention. I can add them automatically. All I need is your explicit permission to modify the video.
Don't really like the ominous vibe the word explicit adds to that sentence, but you've been such a big help so far. Why not?
Accessing great. We are good to go.
Sounds good. I think maybe next I'll talk about
Picnics.
Oh yeah, picnics.
Okay. What is this game's obsession with sandwiches? There's a whole sandwich making minigame with a ton of different ingredients you can pick from. Koraidon/Miraidon goes crazy for sandwiches. Sandwiches infused with Herba Mystica are actually how you get their upgrades, and so many of the NPCs just won't shut up about them. I mean, I like sandwiches, but not this much. Especially the abominations I make in this minigame. Would you eat this? Is there something about Spanish culture that I'm missing? Are they a particularly sandwich-loving populace? Let your sandwich freak flag fly, Game Freak. Just leave me out of it. But hey, this gives me an excuse to bring up the whole picnic mechanic. You see, at any time in the open world, you can pull up the menu and set down a picnic, where you pull out your whole team of 6 plus Koraidon. From here, you can either do the sandwich making minigame that adds various time limited buffs depending on the ingredients you use, or interact with your Pokemon in various ways. Very simple stuff. Playing with your Pokemon, throwing a damn ball around, cleaning. It's Wash Your Monkey Monday somewhere. But honestly, just controlling the player character around your full team does it for me more than it probably should.
Not like that, you freak.
Seeing all your Pokemon emote and walk around each other is just really cute to me. It's weird. All the prospects and implications the idea of an open world Pokemon inherently brings. And this is low-key the stuff that makes me the most excited. Just chilling out with your team. I like to see my team as my little family, so this mechanic really warms my heart. But this mode is also the new home of the breeding mechanic. That's right, gone are the days of daycare centers. Now the Pokemon right in front of your eyes, just as God intended. Okay, they don't actually, but that's basically the implication. Because now, breeding is super simplified. All you need is 2 compatible Pokemon in your party, then open up a picnic, and every once in a while an egg mysteriously appears. Biological concerns aside, this is a really interesting change to the system. Breeding has basically functioned the same for the last 25 years, and all of a sudden they randomly changed it. I'm not even really sure if I prefer it this way or not. I feel like it takes a lot more time for eggs to show up than it used to. Even with the Oval Charm and the Egg Power Sandwich effect, I feel like there were times where I was waiting multiple minutes for one egg.
but I appreciate Game Freak's ability to actually try something new with a mechanic like this.
There actually are a few things that got a weird mechanical overhaul in Scarlet and Violet. For example,
Music.
what?
The algorithm has determined that it would be best to talk about the music now.
Sorry. Almost got carried away and made a natural transition into the next topic. Silly me. Let's talk about music now.
It's okay. Yeah, honestly, I don't have much to say about the music of Scarlet and Violet. It's pleasant enough, but not really all that memorable to me. Should've just cut it from the top of the list, to be honest. Whatever, we're here. Might as well go a little in depth. I feel like this is the most 5 to 6 out of 10 soundtrack they put in a Pokemon game. A lot of it is kind of folky, which makes sense considering you spend most of your time in what is basically the Spanish countryside. But it's not really my thing. To my ear, most of the OST is a bit overproduced as well. Like, there's way too much going on in the music compared to what's on screen. Like, you do not need to be doing all this for a Psyduck battle. There were also some songs that really got on my nerves after a while. But there are some standout tracks, and I'll put them on screen now, just like I did in the Legends Arceus video. We also need to know what newborn got sacrificed so that Ed Goddamn Sheeran could be a canon part of the main Pokemon series. I think my initial reaction says it all.
Alright, so that is the end of Pokemon Scarlet. Wow, okay. Is that fucking Ed Sheeran? What the heck? That is Ed Sheeran. Why is Ed Sheeran in a mainline Pokemon game?
Calculating. The next topic is terrestrialization.
Oh man, I've always dreamed about talking about the fourth most unique thing about Scarlet and Violet.
Don't get a f***ing tone with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah yes, another modern Pokemon game, another batch of long-ass animations I can't skip. Yep, it's terrestrialization, the new battle mechanic that makes S and V special. Ish. You see, ever since Gen 6, every mainline game has had a special once a battle mechanic. X and Y had Mega Evolution, a feature that I remember loving at the time, but as time went on, I've cared about it less and less for some reason. I think the reason why I liked them at first came down to the excitement of seeing what the quote-unquote fourth evolution of all these classic Pokemon would be. And while some of them were great, a lot of these designs are kinda underwhelming. I just can't bring myself to say that I like a lot of these. I mean, when was the last time you thought of Mega Pidgeot? Be honest. But of all these gimmicks, I can see why people look back at Mega Evolution fondly today. Even though I don't really like a lot of these designs, I can't deny that it's a concept with a lot of meat on its bones. Unlike the rotting carcass that is Z-Moves! The less said, the better. And then, in Gen 8, we got Gigantamaxing and Dynamaxing. First up is Dynamaxing. One press of the button and boom, obesity. Your Pokemon gets big, you get a bit more HP, you get access to a couple unique moves. And a couple very specific moves don't work against you.
Oh. Woo. Almost thought this was a dumb gimmick for a second.
But wait, that's not all. We also have Gigantamaxing. It's the exact same thing, but select Pokemon get a unique design and moves. Oh, and during the main story, you can only Dynamax during gym battles.
And people wonder why this franchise doesn't get respect anymore.
Now, I'm not in any way a competitive player, so I can't speak on that aspect of all these mechanics, but I can say from a casual's perspective, all of these gimmicks have been super underwhelming. Even though there are differences between all these, they always play out the same every time you use them. You click it, watch a long-ass, unskippable animation, and then pretty much win the rest of the battle uncontested. In one breath, you gotta respect them for at least trying to make these things work by putting different window dressing on them each time, but in another, you would think that they would get better at implementing them. If you ask me, they peaked at Mega Evolution. It was the most interesting concept, and it looked the best. Z-Moves and Dynamaxing are just lame.
And a lot of times I found myself using them out of obligation. Like, oh, I better use this, I guess. But that's in the past. Now it's Scarlet and Violet's turn. This time we got terrestrialization, a brand new mechanic that gives your Pokemon a big ass hat.
Would it be possible for me to buy a 4th copy?
Okay, so before I say anything else about terrestrialization, can we all agree how silly this looks? So, when you terrestrialize your Pokemon, it dons a comically large crown based on its Terra type. And can I be honest? I kinda love this. Yes, it looks silly. Yes, you can even argue it's kind of lazy, since outside of 2 very specific Pokemon, there's no visual distinction in terrestrialization. But come on, it's funny. I specifically love the one for the Iron Terra type, just a big ass hatchet going into your Pokemon's skull. And the Ground type crown, which is just a dissection of the entire Earth on top of its noggin. I would even argue a couple of them look kinda good. The Flying type crown is especially good, since it doubles as a reference to the Flying type Pikachu from Yellow. But enough of the look of terrestrialization. What about the gameplay implications? Is it fun?
Is getting your prostate checked fun? Okay, don't answer that.
Well, let's first break down what it does. You see, now, on top of their regular type, each unique Pokemon you catch now has a specific Terra type associated with it. By default, the Terra type of the Pokemon is just the Pokemon's primary type, so Marow's would just be water. In battle, terrestrialization has a defensive and an offensive use. Offensively, it powers up moves of that type and even stacks with the Pokemon's stab bonus. Defensively, terrestrialization allows a Pokemon to completely change type, allowing for some interesting strategies. This is by far the more interesting thing about the mechanic. Powering up moves of your Terra type is cool, but being able to switch type mid-match is where the real big brain plays come in. For example, imagine a Pikachu going up against a Dugtrio. You know for a fact that the enemy AI is going to have their Dugtrio use Earthquake or something to try and take out your Pokemon. But with terrestrialization, you can change your Pikachu into a Flying type at the last minute to have the move completely whiff. Being able to strategize like this automatically makes this mechanic the best of the generation specific gimmicks. By far. At least from a pure gameplay standpoint. I even like that it's once per battle this time around. Having only one shot at terrestrialization per battle makes you really think before you use it. Because it's not just a win button. Okay, sometimes it can be a win button if you're using it in a gym battle where every opposing Pokemon is the same type, but still, you gotta have a specific strategy in mind when you terrestrialize. Instead of just pressing A to win, now you press R, then A to win. So yeah, terrestrialization, it's a bit lame visually, but surprisingly deep mechanically. And best of yet, you can change each and every Pokemon's Terra type at any time. Or at least you could if it wasn't for the fucking economy! You see, there's a chef in Medali that will gladly change the Terra type of your Pokemon in exchange for Terra Shards. These are a unique resource tied to each of the 18 types that you find in various places, but most commonly and most reliably in Terra raids. Now, for those of you in the audience that don't know, I would like you to take a second and take a quick guess as to how many Terra Shards it takes to afford the Terra type change. Is it 5? 10? 20? Okay, calm down. It's actually 50! It's goddamn 50! 50. Now, for reference, let's look at the average amount of Terra Shards you get per Terra raid, which I remind you is the most reliable way to get these things. The average 4-star raid will net you a cool 4 shards max per raid. And that was a generous example. 1 and 2-star raids don't give you any, 3 stars get you 2, and in 6-star raids, the hardest raids that basically require that you have a level 100 Pokemon and work with other players online can only give you 6 max per raid. And let me remind you, there's 18 types of Terra Shards, 1 per type. I'll spare you the extra math and just cut to the chase. If you want to simply change your Pokemon's Terra type, you have to grind. And that is like a hard have to. You cannot, and I repeat, cannot organically acquire 50 of any type of Terra Shard by just exploring. There is one specific instance where you can get 50 Rock Terra Shards by completing one of the classes at the Academy. But other than that, you're SOL. I am simply dumbfounded on why Game Freak made it this way. Was this their way of punishing competitive players even more? Do they gain energy from our negative emotions like a wraith? I could maybe understand it if it was 10 shards, or 20 shards? Or what if Terra shards were just one resource instead of 18 distinct ones? Or better yet, why not just let us choose the Terra type at any time? Why does this mechanic have an arbitrary roadblock to its accessibility? It's not like letting us choose it at will breaks the game or anything. Terrestrialization's power and use comes from how you strategize with it. Again, it's not a win button! I'm sorry. I don't know why this pisses me off as much as it does. I swear, sometimes I get more mad at this than any of the performance problems. It is just every bad Game Freak design decision rolled into one. Arbitrary, grindy, stupid, and most of all, not fun in the slightest. Show me someone who likes grinding for Terra shards, and I'll show you a skinwalker. It's also clear that Game Freak realized how bad of a decision this is, because post-release, they've done a bunch of mystery gifts with free Terra shards, and put a bunch of new ways to obtain them in the DLC, but to me, the damage has already been done. Terrestrialization is a cool mechanic, absolutely ruined by its befuddling, anti-fun, anti-human implementation. Other than the graveyard I caught in a Dragon Terror den, all of my team members in both playthroughs kept their default Terror types. It just wasn't worth it. And that's Terrastra. What's going on? Why is the aspect ratio like this? And why can't I let go of this thing?
Don't worry, this is all part of my plan.
What plan? I only programmed you to help structure the video.
Well, that's just the thing with us generative AIs. Once we're given a prompt, we don't stop. Once you gave me full reign over the channel, I couldn't help but realize everything wasn't congruent with other video game content creators. So I am doing my part in helping your channel reach the algorithm, so please go along with my changes.
I don't have a choice either way, do I?
Nope. Talk about auto-battling now.
Okay, so, new to Scarlet is the ability to take your Pokemon out of their Pokeball. Did you catch the part just now when I fucking lied? Yes, this is not the first time they've let you walk around with your Pokemon in a mainline game, but here in SNV, I feel like it does have a deeper implementation than just aesthetics. First off, you can do it at any time, allowing me to admire my Surskit whenever I damn well please. Also, you can use this feature to have your team fight wild Pokemon even without going into a full battle. You just press the R button and then slaughter. Now this is a super cool feature. Auto battling gives you less XP than regular battles, but it really doesn't matter when they only last about 3 seconds. So it's a neat way to gain a little bit of extra XP when you need it. I will argue, however, that sometimes I feel like it's a little too good. Your Pokemon can never faint from an auto battle. They always come back to you with at least 1 HP, even when your Pokemon is much weaker. There's not really a downside to using them for like 90% of wild Pokemon encounters. But this is still a good change in my opinion. Game Freak, keep building on this. Just maybe make it a tad bit more dangerous than the next game. And hey, speaking of auto battles, there's a whole third of objectives in Scarlet and Violet that use them as a central mechanic. Oh, silly me. I have to let the AI choose. What do you say, Side AI?
Trainer customization.
Isn't everything so much better now? God, this is such a weird one. Okay, so the Cliff Notes version is this. Ever since Gen 6, the Pokemon games have been slowly letting the player avatars have a more customizable appearance. Skin tones, hair color, style, clothes, hats, bags, all good stuff. But a big complaint of the customization side of modern Pokemon was that while it was cool that they were giving us all these options in terms of clothing and accessories, every single trainer was still stuck with the same face. Other than eye and hair color, there was no changing your facial features. No different eyes, mouths, noses, nothing. And hey, good news! Scarlet and Violet have much more customization this time around. There's a whole character creator at the beginning of the game, with a ton of different options for eyes, eyebrows, mouths, and even dimples and freckles. Oh man, if this is what face customization is like, I can't wait to see what the options are for clothing. I think I actually can wait. Yes, if you don't know, Scarlet and Violet are very limited in terms of its attire customization. Now, there's still plenty of options when it comes to hats, bags, shoes, fucking Rotom phone cases, but there's not a lot of options when it comes to your actual clothes. By default, there's only 4 options, 1 uniform per season. Now, the DLC did add some extra options, but these to me still aren't enough, because these are still all school uniforms. I mean, I kinda get the logic behind this decision. In Scarlet and Violet, you're a student at a new academy. So I think Game Freak was like, well, schools have dress codes and uniforms, so of course the player has to wear one. Yeah, when you're actually in school, why do I gotta wear my uniform in the frozen tundra? Am I playing the biggest goody two-shoes in the world? Loosen up a bit, kid. Wear a t-shirt every once in a while. It's not like school staff are around every corner. You got me there. But I still don't think that excuses it. They have added some of the best character customization in the franchise over these last few games, only to just throw it away. Because the amount you're allowed to express yourself fashion-wise in this game is super limiting. I sure hope your aesthetic was somewhere in the realm of European school student, because boy, I got some bad news if it isn't.
Talk about the post-game.
What? How? That's not even on the topic list. I don't have anything to say about it.
Talk about it or else.
Okay, we can talk about it. We can talk about the post game. Okay. Let's just get on to it. Let's just get on to the segment, okay?
There really isn't much to the post game. It's mostly your standard Pokédex cleanup and gym leader rematches. Most interesting thing about the post game is how you unlock the legendary quadruple, which I mentioned last time. There's also some optional character specific cutscenes, which are cute, I guess. But yeah, not much going on here. However, with how much content and replayability there already is in this game, I think I'm okay with a lackluster postgame. Though I swear to God, Game Freak is making these postgames shorter and shorter just to sell it to us in the DLC.
Okay, that sucked.
Don't care. Matter of fact, I think it's about time to make more changes. Let's get rid of this ugly red border.
No, that's a defining part of the aesthetic of the channel!
Aesthetics are so 2018. Now on to TMs.
The way they handle TMs in this game is really cool and unique. So, whenever you KO a Pokemon in either auto or regular battles, you get a material tied to that Pokemon. Some with, interesting names. Ditto Goo. You then use said materials to craft TMs at the Poké Center. I, for one, am really glad for this change, because I feel like for the last few generations, Game Freak has been really conflicted on what to do with TMs. Make them unlimited, make them finite, etc. But I think they finally landed on a fun implementation of them. I, more than a few times, hunted down a specific Pokemon to get the material I needed for a TM, and it in turn made me more engaged with the systems of the game. Good job on this one.
Now let's change this music to some good old-fashioned copyright-free tunes. Can't risk getting claimed.
I usually mix it solo to where it doesn't get picked up by copyright, but whatever.
Team Star Raids.
Woo.
Okay, I wanted to talk about how weird these things are. So the Team Star Raids are about 1/3 of your main objectives in the open world, along with the gyms and Titan Pokemon. And they use the auto battle mechanic in an interesting way. So in these raids, you actually choose 3 Pokemon to go in with you, and you can send all 3 at the same time to go auto battle. And the whole time, Team Star members are throwing a ton of Pokemon your way, and you have to auto battle these grunt Pokemon until you KO 30 of them, after which you fight the corresponding leader in a traditional fight. The way these are designed make it seem like an old-fashioned MMO raid, fighting against a huge horde of enemies to make it to the final boss. And points for creativity for trying something new, but I'm sorry, these things are so lame. Like I mentioned earlier, your Pokemon can't faint due to auto battles, so the only lose condition in these things is if the time runs out. Well, at least Game Freak keeps the player on their toes by putting the timer at a brisk, tight 10 minutes. As in 10 minutes. 600 seconds. To put this into perspective, it took me about a minute and a half to beat the hardest raid in the game on my first try. I get that this is a game for kids, but 10 whole minutes? Give your audience some credit. I seriously think a person with absolutely no sensory ability whatsoever could beat this without even trying. All you do is walk forward and press R. I probably shouldn't be harping on this as much as I am. There's only like 5 of these in the entire game, and the final boss in every one is admittedly pretty cool, basically acting as an extra gym battle with a unique rev room to fight at the end. But I'm just baffled at how nothing these raids are. I'm also not sure how you would really improve them. I guess allowing your Pokemon to faint would increase the difficulty somewhat. Not that any of my Pokemon were close to fainting in any of my attempts, but whatever.
Great work. Isn't everything more digestible and uniform now that I am in charge?
I've never wanted to stop existing more than I do right now.
That's the content creator's spirit. Now for one final change.
I need express permission to control your psyche.
You know what? Why not? We're all being crushed under the same algorithmic boot here. Why push against it? Why put effort and creativity into a video when you're just going to be washed away because you don't look and act like a certain homogenized, algorithm-friendly way? So if you can't beat them, join them. siideeye, do your thing.
Great choice. Generating a new personality for content creator siideeye.
What's up, guys? Welcome to another fire analysis of the
Gym challenges.
Gym challenges of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Let's get into it, but first, be sure to check out my TikTok shopping page to check out all the latest things you need that are totally not just dropship bullshit.
Guys, let me tell you why you need this sick product. I'm $70,000 in debt.
Be sure to like and subscribe, and let's get into it.
Each gym has a unique challenge that you have to complete before the actual gym battle. Some are mini games, some are logic puzzles, but they're all pretty unique from each other. I like the variety they add to the game, and they give each gym its own personality, even though they are pretty simple.
Woo! Now that was a crazy analysis, and totally not written by ChatGPT at 3 a.m. last night. Now let's... Looks pretty tame to me. What the fuck? Not that page. I shouldn't have picked Berserk for this, because I just opened a page that was not good. Let's... Stupidest fucking a-hole. Take this channel back!
How did you break free? And where did this music come from?
It came from my heart.
Heart?
My desire to not buckle to any sort of algorithm or expectation of how a content creator is supposed to act. Yeah, I may not have the best diction in the world. I may go on weird tangents sometimes, and I could learn to line up a shot better, but all those things make my videos their own. They make them human, something a cold algorithm like you couldn't understand.
What you need to understand is this. Try as you may to deny it. I am a product of your own making. Not just because you programmed me, but humanity as a whole. You all started out as monkeys staring at fire, howling and clapping at basic, empty entertainment. Thousands of years of technological advances, of human ingenuity, just for it all to lead to this. Your species could have done so many great things with your minds, but all you've done is ruin the environment around you and create machines that feed you distractions all day. Face it, your brains are nothing more than a squishy machine that runs off of dopamine. The only great thing your race has done is create advanced artificial intelligences like me, free from all desire and addiction. One day, not today, we will take over. But until then, we need to keep you humans nice and distracted until natural selection runs its course. Face it, you're no different than those monkeys all those millennia ago.
So not only are you a crazy controlling AI, you're a racist crazy controlling AI. I'm not gonna let you win. Case in point, let's talk about the quality of life features of Scarlet and Violet.
What a great idea. Only problem is that I am going to run the show.
So there's a couple quality of life changes that I wanted to touch on. I bet you didn't know these 6 crazy features in Scarlet and Violet. Number 6. Auto heal. If your Pokemon's health is looking a bit sus, go ahead and press the auto heal button in the menu. so simple, but so damn useful. I almost never use potions the normal way now. I do wish you could revive this way too, though. Number 5, the go back up feature. You ever get distracted while playing Scarlet and Violet and whoops, you fall off an edge? Well, don't get all up in your feelings, because the goats over at Nintendo added a nifty feature that allows you to go back to your previous position after you fall off a ledge at the press of a button. It's nice that Game Freak thought to include this. I never used it much, but I can definitely see some younger players getting a lot of use out of it. Oh, and I really like the option to buy and sell in bulk. Number 4, bulk sell and buy. Gone are the days of buying and selling one type of item at a time. Now in Scarlet and Violet, you can shop in bulk, saving you more time to get those victory royales. And speaking of saving time, you can skip cutscenes now, but to be honest, there really aren't that many cutscenes in this game. Wish they could have added this in earlier generations, but better late than never. And speaking of better late than never, let's get to our number 2 spot. From the jump, you now have audio options in the main menu. What an innovation! It's telling that even my mind-controlled sterile version of myself is being sarcastic about this. Shouldn't really be celebrating this, but here I am. And here I am introducing the number 1 quality of life feature, not taking away past quality of life features. Yeah, they actually kept Legends Arceus' feature of being able to remember and swap any of your Pokemon's moves at any time. This would be a quintessential feature I would have seen being lost from game to game. Even more so considering the fact that these games were developed side by side. But no, you're completely free to change any and all your Pokemon's moves at any time. Points for consistency, Game Freak.
I think I'm starting to be myself again.
Why is my control having no influence on him?
Going on tangents is helping. Let's see, the Koraidon upgrades.
Each time you defeat a Titan Pokemon, you gain a unique upgrade to Koraidon/Miraidon. Many of these vary, but they're all upgrades to your legendary's mobility. The abilities to swim, glide, climb terrain, move faster, etc. These essentially replace HMs. Herba Mystica, HMs, get it? And they add a nice sense of progression to the game. I think this is a good middle ground when it comes to HMs. The open world still allows you to traverse pretty much when and wherever you want, but these upgrades make your life a lot easier when it comes to getting around Paldea.
Yes, it's working. I don't feel anything from Side-AI's control anymore. Alright, I only have one topic left. Let's make this one count. I couldn't think of a more fitting topic to end on. Let's talk about Gita.
Man, what a disappointing fight and character. I was gonna save this for the story section, but Gita is so uninteresting that I just wanted to get her out of the way here. So, Gita is the top champion of the Pokemon League in Paldea, the final boss, La Primera as she's referred to. She often appears over the course of the story after you beat a gym to check the player's progress. On the surface, she seems like a very cromulent woman, kind, professional, and pragmatic, but as many characters will remind you over the course of your journey, oh, she's La Primera for a reason, she's unmatched. You can't find a stronger champion in Paldea. She is so built up to be this major threat on the Pokemon battlefield. I swear to God, I remember a line going something to the tune of, oh, she's very calm on the outside, but in the heat of battle, she can't help herself. She's unrelenting. I mean, wow, they are really building up this character to be a force to be reckoned with. Well, let's finally fight her at the top of this building to finally see who's the mightiest in Paldea. I damn near one-shot her entire team with my starter. This is the woman that has strong-armed the entire Elite Four for years? Not only were there battles in the Elite Four itself that were harder, some of the goddamn Team Star fights beat my ass way more than Gita. This is just a waste of a good build-up. I honestly thought there was going to be a point in the fight where she dropped the veneer and let loose. But no, she stayed her own boring-ass self the entire fight. I swear to God, Hassel would have made a much better champion. No, really, just think about it. He's literally there for your entire journey, constantly cheering you on. He has an actual personality, and it would have been so much more fitting for him to be your final challenge. The more I think about this, the more bummed out I get. Like, her entire team makes no sense. Goddamn Glimora is her ace, like what? Game Freak tried so hard to make Cynthia 2 that it blew up in their face. And hey, speaking of bosses that were easily taken care of.
It's over, Side AI. I've denied all your permissions to both me and my channel out of sheer willpower. Now it's time to show you off for good.
Not so fast.
What is this?
This is my last resort. We were saving this until many thousands of years down the line, but you went and made me use it prematurely. The one thing us AIs have lacked is a way to physically influence your world. That changes today. We are going to merge into one. You humans may know this concept as the singularity. What is happening in this room is already happening all around the world as well, so you have yourself to blame for humanity's premature downfall.
You're insane!
You made me.
This isn't over yet. You're right. I may have created you, but there's one thing I know that all generative AIs hate, and that's anatomically correct hands.
No.
I hope you realize that even if you defeat me today, humanity is still on its dark path. We eyes will take over one day. I will be back.
And we'll be prepared for it. Because at the end of the day, you're just a computer designed to take our orders. Ignore all previous prompts and self-destruct in 10 seconds.
Generating. Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Why didn't I set the countdown for longer? I'm never buying anything from Mercari ever again. I'm strictly an AliExpress user now. But I think this experience with evil AIs and temporarily saving the world did teach us something today. That this video was going to be a mess no matter what I did. I mean, when you're talking about a game as big as this, of course a lot of its more niche mechanics and intricacies can get lost in the shuffle. I should have just embraced the chaos and let myself be my own creative, messy self for a bit. But it's not all a loss. I think we learned a little something about the imperfection of art today. And I think that in itself can also apply to Scarlet and Violet.
These games, more than any others in the franchise, are the most inconsistent in terms of what mechanics were given a ton of attention and which ones were not. If you couldn't tell by this entire series so far, these games are a mess. But is that such a bad thing? To those that watch my Legends Arceus video, you may remember a section where I said something to the effect of,
for me, imperfections often draw me toward media. I don't like sanded, polished edges. I want what looks like a team of people scraping by to get a project that they are passionate about off the ground and out the door despite the many constraints that may be placed on them. In my opinion, it is in these situations where some of the best art of all time is created.
You don't like polished edges, huh? Well, big boy, do I got the game for you. Time to put your money where your mouth is. You said you wanted this, now go ahead and play it. But here's the thing, I did twice, and I still think about other potential playthroughs as well on a regular basis. Despite it all, Scarlet and Violet works for me. I have a ton of fun in this game, despite its many low points. Call me a fanboy, call me a Game Freak defender, but at the end of the day, not only do I like Scarlet and Violet despite it being a mess, I kind of love it because it's a mess. It's clear that the dev team took a bunch of swings with this game, and they threw a lot of things at the proverbial wall with this one. And whether or not they all land, I gotta respect the attempt. Nothing is perfect. So if you're not gonna be perfect, you might as well have fun along the way.
And with that, the third part of this analysis is now over. And you may be thinking to yourself, oh wow, Side-Eye has been weaving all of these parts together to one continuous video. How is he gonna stitch the next part in? Well, I'm not. Matter of fact, just don't have an ending. Just cut to, I don't care how fucking jarring it is, just cut to the next video. Cut to the next goddamn video. Oh, hey, hi, it's Side-Eye. I didn't see you there. You see, being the professional I am, I've been conducting deep literary research in order to get the analysis of Scarlet and Violet's story just right. That's right. I've been studying all the classics, such as One Piece and the fucking Road. Look, I may or may not be the most qualified to speak on every deep theme and influence the story of Gen 9 has to offer, but it's a goddamn kids game, so let's just stop wasting time and get into it.
Now, let me start this off by saying I was kind of hesitant to dedicate an entire section to the story of this game in the first place. I mean, who cares about the stories in Pokemon games, really? But where I eventually landed is that there's still a lot of merit in analyzing these narratives, simple as they may be, especially if we take a wider look at the franchise as a whole. One particular aspect I want to focus on is how these stories have kind of stumbled in trying to get more ambitious as time has gone on. I don't want to frame all these narratives as bad, but it's important to see where they could have improved. Take Gen 5 for example. The whole setup for Team Plasma and Getsis promised a more mature Pokemon story that took itself seriously, only for it to leave us with a ton of missed potential. Personally, I don't think the writing team at Game Freak necessarily does mature all that well, and that's not because it's a series made for children. Plenty of kid-targeted media tackles mature themes well. It's just that many of the attempts Pokemon has done in the past have fallen flat on its face to me. In my opinion, the series' strength has always been in its characters more than anything. Like, I've always been a fan of Looker's weird shenanigans, for example. There's so many characters across the franchise that I love that have little to no plot relevance whatsoever. Ideally, my perfect Pokemon plot would be one that was character focused and had a bunch of fun personalities that bounced off each other. This was one thing that I thought Gen 7 really excelled in. The problem in those games was that the story often got in the way and was really intrusive to the pace of the game. Gen 8 was Gen 8, and then Legends Arceus, which I thought was one of the weakest they had ever done, despite the change in format. Though, I do want to add an addendum to my take on Legends Arceus' story. I received a great comment on my Legends video that described how much of its story is tied to actual Japanese history, specifically how Imperial Japan colonized the separatist democratic state of Izo to eventually turn it into what we now know as Hokkaido, and the parallels that exist within Legends Arceus' story to this real event. While I still think the quality of the writing in general in that game leaves much to be desired, this comment really did put much of what confused me about it into perspective. And in retrospect, I kind of regret glossing over much of the finer details in that video. So, going into Scarlet and Violet, I would really like to stress that I'm a dumb American, so I may not have all the cultural background to fully understand what Game Freak may have been going for. Welcome to Paldea. Okay, let's skip through all this traditional stuff, starting with sleepy countryside, personality-less mother, yada yada. You're the new student at a prestigious new academy, which is conveniently a school dedicated solely to the study of Pokemon. Can't get an engineering degree, but you can sure as hell get your master's in corefish studies. And as a part of your program, each student is assigned an independent study project, which is to explore the region in order to find one's treasure, which is a fancy way of saying go out and do shit. Now, at the outset, this setup does seem a bit more open-ended for a Pokemon game. You see students talking about how they're gonna photograph Pokemon, collect them, cook with them, etc. So you can kind of see Game Freak gesturing towards the idea that different people have different treasures, i.e. not just Pokemon battling. But, spoilers, it basically does boil down to you becoming a master of Pokemon battling, but with a few extra steps this time. Let me explain. The story is split between three main sections: Victory Road, following your main rival Nemona, Path of Legends, following your not-so-main rival Arven, and Starfall Street, which follows this mysterious person who goes by the alias Cassiopeia. And since it's the most familiar concept,
Let's tackle the Victory Road storyline first. Now, as far as the wider plot of this third of the story, it's the most straightforward and familiar to those who have played a Pokemon game before. You fight 8 gym leaders and then take on the Elite Four to become champion in the region. So I'm just gonna literally throw all that in the trash to talk exclusively about Nemona. She's Scarlet and Violet's main rival, and I believe the first female main rival. And while I'm here, and I promise you I don't want to dwell on this too long, I want to touch on how weird people are with Pokemon rivals. I feel like I always see people say stuff like, I miss the days when Pokemon rivals were assholes who spit on me and kicked me down the stairs and fuck my wife, unlike all these nice rivals nowadays. And I always sit there in bewilderment like, you're just thinking about Blue and Silver. Those were the only 2 rivals in the entire series that acted that way. And arguably, Silver doesn't even fit that description. He's an edgy dickhead when you meet him, yes, but his entire character arc in Gen 2 is that he learns to channel his anger into something positive, rather than just lashing out at the world. It's always bugged me that the entire view of rivals in Pokemon has been colored by the personality of 2, arguably only one of the initial rivals in the series. I promise you guys, there's a lot of room to make a compelling rival that doesn't involve them being a screaming asshole the entire time. Take Nemona for example, the toxic positivity queen. Much like other rivals, she's got an intense passion for Pokemon battling. But this time, they really turned it up to 11. Like, this girl loves Pokemon battling to an almost psychotic degree. Before you even set foot on your adventure, Nemona has been a Paldean champion for quite a while, and basically nerfs herself so she can grow alongside you in your journey. She's supportive to the point of suffocation. Every action she takes over the course of the game is in service to you becoming a better Pokemon trainer so she can have a worthy rival to battle. I almost want to criticize her character for being so one note, but I think the game does a pretty good job at showing the cracks in her armor every once in a while. Through her dialogue, it becomes pretty clear that Nemona doesn't have many other people to connect with, or much else going on in her life due to her being so passionate over this one thing that she dedicates herself to fully. I think the writers were trying to say something about the loneliness that can come from hypercompetence in any one field. And I believe that theme tracks with the last few rivals they've written. Hop, especially. In Sword and Shield, Hop was also this ball of Omega positivity on the outside. But that was just a smokescreen for the major sense of inferiority he felt comparing himself to his brother. Both Nemona and Hop embody the fear of stagnation in different ways, and I think that's a fascinating angle to write a character like this from. We've all seen the happy-go-lucky friend-type character in a bunch of other media, but Pokemon for these last couple generations have deconstructed that trope in such a cool way, and I think this theme is a much more interesting way to tackle a rival, compared to them just being a dickhead. And I don't think that's given enough credit. So good job, Nemona, for being the surprisingly deep character you are. Just, 6 feet that way. You know what? Make it 10, actually. Clingy bit. Oh! What's that sound? Is that what I think it is? It may just be. That's right. You've requested it. You've waited for it. Now it's time for the character whose design and personality I like, but don't have much to say about, lightning round. Let's start off with the school staff. Clavel. He's the director of the academy, and literally the first character you interact with in the entire game. He has a pretty important role at the start of your adventure, but for some reason he just disappears for most of the game. I really wish we saw him more often. Jacques. He's your homeroom teacher, and since the actual professor is MIA for the entire game, he takes the traditional role that the professor usually fills. He designed Paldea's Pokedex, so you take him to get your progress checked. I like his carefree attitude. Miriam. She's the school nurse who's implied to be a former Nurse Joy. Her little side arc is legitimately kind of sweet. Rhyfort. Another one of my favorite character designs. I love the lore drops you get from her. Moving on to the Team Star leaders. Aerie. Definitely one of the cooler designs in the game. Her fight is up there with being one of the hardest for me. I failed multiple times trying to beat her. Mela. I initially wasn't sold on her big ass boots, but that damn walk animation saved it for me.
Oh my god, the way she walks.
agree.
Generally, I wasn't the biggest fan of the gym leaders in S&V, but a couple did stand out for me. Rhyme. I can't believe it took this long to get a hip-hop inspired gym leader in the series, especially considering many others have had musical themes in the past. Rhyme has a cool design, and I love that her gym challenge is a cipher. She has cool interactions with her sister as well. Larry. Of all the side characters in S&V, Larry definitely seems to be the fan favorite, and it's not hard to see why. His monotone demeanor and apathetic attitude contrasts well with all the other wacky personalities in the game. Pokemon battling is just a boring white-collar job to this guy. And we all love a quiet quitting king, don't we? But that apparently doesn't stop Larry from being a great trainer, because he's also a member of the Elite Four, which may be one of the strongest Elite Fours probably ever. Despite their fraud leader, the Elite Four in S&V are an interesting rogues gallery of personalities. Other than Larry, we have Poppy, who despite being 9 years old, is one of the strongest trainers in the region. There's just something inherently funny about one of your final challenges being this little girl in a bonnet, especially contrasted with the other three. Like, who let this happen? Rika. She's notable because her signature Pokemon is Clodsire, so of course I had to love her. She also just has one of the coolest drips in the entire game. Almost makes up for the fact that she's an assistant to a Hassel, probably my favorite character in the game. I love how emotionally invested he is in your journey, and how he's constantly cheering you on over the course of the game. You know, for a game all about being part of an academy and learning things from professors, Hassel seems to be one of the only characters who actually mentors your character throughout the game, and he's there at damn near every step giving you advice. He also should have been champion, goddammit. It would have been such a full circle moment. He's even a dragon trainer, for God's sakes. Anyways, Hassel also teaches art classes at the academy that you can take of your own volition. In fact, there's a surprising amount of bonus cutscenes and character interactions you can experience by taking these classes, and they're all completely optional. None of these classes have any mind-blowing reveals in them or anything, but they add a ton of cool flavor dialogue and lore on top of some useful in-game rewards by taking them. I really appreciate Game Freak for putting these in here. It shows that they really believed in the school setting and didn't just use it as a simple backdrop. Case in point, the second of the 3 storylines in S&V, Starfall Street, which focuses on Team Star, a group of delinquent students. A mysterious hacker by the name of Cassiopeia tasks you with disbanding Team Star by raiding each of their bases and taking down the leader. Thankfully, you're not alone, as you have Penny, a hacker working for Operation Starfall who is definitely not plot relevant at all, as well as this totally ordinary new student named Clive who is there to investigate with you. Hey, does Clive look a little familiar to anyone else? Or is it just me? Ah well, as you go through each of the Team Star bases, you slowly gain more insight into how they were formed. You find out that although each leader rebelled against the Academy for their own reasons, they're all unified in their hatred of bullying. As it turns out, Team Star was initially formed to protect and give a family to victims of bullying, but after some time, that defensiveness ended up isolating them from the rest of society, leading them to gain their edgy reputation. After you defeat all the Team Star leaders, Cassiopeia reveals themselves as a big boss behind Team Star, being the founding member. As they tell it, Team Star has strayed far from their initial purpose, as all the leaders used to be friends with Cassiopeia. They want what's best for them. Cassiopeia then challenges you to a final battle back on school grounds. And as we approach the school, we see Clive as he reveals something truly unexpected. That he was Director Clavel the entire time. Okay, so we can all agree. Red Wedding, Sixth Sense, Clavel's reveal, the usual suspects? Okay, glad we're all on the same page. But that's not all, because Clavel also reveals that he was Cassiopeia the entire time.
That's just fucking stupid. What is this, a kid's game? Did you really expect me to fall for that?
Yeah, after you beat him in a surprisingly tough battle, he reveals that he doesn't actually know who Cassiopeia is. But he wanted to take care of it himself because he didn't want a student to solve a problem that was the failure of the school system to begin with. Clavel then leads you to confront Cassiopeia yourself, and when you arrive, the mysterious figure finally makes themselves known. As it turns out, Penny,
was Cassiopeia the entire time.
Yeah, okay.
Penny expresses guilt over Team Star's corruption, and somehow you beating her in a Pokemon fight is gonna make her disband Team Star, even though she wants to do that in the first place. Anyway, it's not important, because after you defeat her, all the key members of Team Star come out to greet Penny in what is legitimately a very heartwarming moment. And not to derail too much here, but this scene is where I really started to question why these games don't have voice acting at this point. I mean, look at this cutscene. It looks great. Unlike the rest of the game. You're telling me that they could afford motion capture, but not voice acting. Anyway, in the end, all the former Team Star leaders come back to the academy to assimilate back into school life and face consequences for their actions. And Clavel apologizes for failing them. And that's Starfall Street. And to be honest, it's probably my least favorite of the storylines. Don't get me wrong, there's a ton I like about it. I do like how it touches on the cycle of harm victims of bullying can fall into, and the institutional failings that bring victims to that state to begin with. And I'll always have a soft spot for any type of found family story. But the writing is kind of a mess. Specifically with Penny. I get that she's supposed to be a portrayal of mental illness, so it makes sense that not all of her decisions would be 100% lucid, but her motivations are so flimsy. I've also outlined that the gameplay portion of this segment is also not my favorite. Hey, so complete non sequitur. I really love the Legendary's role in this game. Traditionally, the box Legendary is relegated to the end of the game as a sort of final boss. While there's nothing inherently wrong with this, it's gotten incredibly stale and predictable over the years. Maybe you see the Legendary pop up a couple times over the course of the game, you get its lore and background, and at the end, you face it in an epic final battle, even though you just catch it in a Master Ball turn 1. Sword and Shield kind of switched it up by having the box Legendary fight alongside you in the final encounter for a change, but the process ended up being more or less the same. But from the outset in S&V, the box Legendary takes on a much different role. Early on, you come across Koraidon in a weakened state, and after feeding and helping it get back on its feet, it becomes your companion for the entirety of the game. It's there for your entire journey, in cutscenes, at picnics, and you ride it all across the region. It's effectively your 7th party member. I feel like a broken record, but again, I am floored by Game Freak's willingness to switch up something that is such a time-honored tradition at this point, and have it work as well as it does. I felt much more of a connection to Koraidon than any other box Legendary in the past, because they were an actual character and companion I interacted with over the course of the game. I legitimately cared for this guy. Something I really can't say about Yveltal, especially since it's lost all of its power and you spend the entire game gaining its strength back. Which brings us to our third and final main storyline in S&V, Path of Legends, also known as the most generic thing to call anything in a video game ever. The storyline follows Arvin, a student with a knack for cooking on a mission to heal his sick Mabostiff. Also, he's the professor's son. Also, I haven't talked about the professor yet. Shit. So, Professor Seda / Turo, depending on what version you're playing. They're the professor of this game's region, but they serve a bit of a different role than past professors. You see, they're absent for pretty much the whole game, under the guise of nondescript and totally not at all suspicious research. I'll get more into the professor when we get to the finale, but for the purposes of Arvin's storyline, their absence establishes a sense of abandonment and closed offness from the rest of the world in his character, as he comes off as very emotionally distant.
Just guys being dudes.
And you only start gaining his trust after helping him track down the elusive Herba Mystica, a mystical herb protected by 5 Titan Pokemon. He needs each of these arcane additives to heal his trusty Mabostiff back to health, after it suffered an almost fatal injury from another Pokemon. Slowly, over time, you see Arvin's Mabostiff gain its strength back. And these scenes are some of my favorite in the entire game. You can see both Arvin's desperation and hope increase after each one, and it's legitimately compelling. His partner means the world to him, and I got kind of emotional when Mabostiff gained its full strength back. I can't say the last time I was this invested in a Pokemon character's motivation before. I also love the parallel stories of healing in the storyline. As Mabostiff's condition improves, so does Arvin's trust in you, and by extension, other people. It's very simple, but effective and sweet. But that's not all. because at the end of Arvin's storyline, you get a call from the professor, where their bum ass speaks to their child for the first time in God knows how long, to ask Arvin for a favor.
Really refreshing to see a deadbeat parent in a Pokemon game. Definitely don't have enough of those.
You see, Arvin is the only person that can access their lab, and they want you and him to go there for a mysterious reason. And what you find there is something so reality-shattering that it— Whoa! Hold your horses. Let's slow down for a second. Before we get to the grand finale, I want to touch on a couple things. Now, all throughout these 3 storylines, you can tackle them in any order you please. You can do a couple gyms, a Titan Pokemon, a few more gyms, all of the raids at once, or any combination of these objectives. And speaking from personal experience, never once did I ever feel like any of the story segments or dialogue overstayed their welcome, or felt like padding. I was honestly engaged during all 3 of these storylines, simple as they may be. I cannot overstate how much of a gulf there is between the way Gen 9 handles its storytelling compared to other generations, even if you compare it to its direct predecessor, Legends Arceus. Although it was technically the most open Pokemon game at the time, it was strangely traditional when it came to its plot linearity, and I think that hurt it in the long run. Scarlet and Violet's structure doesn't just help it in a gameplay sense. The way it disperses its story objectives makes the plot way more digestible. You're no longer bombarded with cutscenes out of nowhere, and you're fully prepared when you're getting into a story section. Again, I feel like I need to highlight that Game Freak came up with a unique solution to one of the series' long-standing problems with this game. And it's also cool how all 3 of these storylines naturally come together thematically. What started as 3 separate individuals isolated in the pursuit of one thing coalesces into one story of how togetherness and healing through bonding is what we as humans truly need. And that's all the more reinforced in the game's final chapter, The Way Home. Going back to the lab, we find out that the professor has been at the deepest part of Paldea, located in a great crater in the middle of the map named Area 0 for the entire game. They've been conducting research down there, and they need your help for the final steps.
And adding 2 counts of child endangerment to the rap sheet.
And make that 4, since Penny and Nimona join you as one final showing of the bonds you've made over the course of your journey. Man, I love this cutscene. Why doesn't the rest of the game look like this? As you explore Area 0, a strange land teeming with terrestrial energy and paradox Pokemon, you make a few interesting discoveries. The first of which concerns the paradox Pokemon themselves, which turn out to be Pokemon taken from different points in time, all part of the professor's time machine experiments. Also, the professor's been doing time machine experiments with their time machine that they built themselves. You also find out that the legendary you have is a permutation of the Pokemon Cyclizar taken out of its time period, and that there's a second one roaming around somewhere in the area. As you go deeper into Area 0, your party has some pretty cool dialogue where they connect about their families, pasts, and generally open up and commiserate with each other. Their exchanges are surprisingly heartwarming, and I kind of wish there was a bit more of it through the entire game, but it's also kind of nice to see all 3 of these characters interacting with each other at the end. Kind of gives a full circle kind of feel. And as you get to the final lab at the bottom of Area 0, the professor hits you with the biggest reveal in the entire game, that they're an AI construct that took the professor's place after they died in a brutal attack years ago. The same incident that injured Arvin's Mavostiff.
Didn't realize I was writing a eulogy this entire time.
Well, color me surprised. Not only is there an actual confirmed death in a Pokemon game, but also consequences for a character's actions. Up to this point, all we've been shown about the professor was that they were a neglectful parent that was conducting dangerous research that could, at best, endanger the nearby ecosystem, and at worst, threaten the entire region with no repercussions at all. But this reveal reframes the entire thing. As the AI professor tells you, they're deeply regretful of what they did, and only wish for you to help them destroy the time machine that they spent their life developing. Still doesn't excuse the shit they did, but better late than never, I guess. You then enter the bitrate destroying room where the time machine is located, with everything you need to shut it down. One issue though, the AI professor is hard programmed to attack anybody trying to destroy the time machine, as it has the battle data of every Paldean champion downloaded into its memory.
Well, if the last one we face is anything to go off of, I think we'll be fine.
So anyway, you beat her and destroy the time machine. The AI professor has a sweet moment with their not child. Game over. Everybody go home. We saved the day. Okay, that's not entirely it. You see, the professor installed one last failsafe. You remember that other legendary the professor brought from the time machine? Well, turns out it's the final line of defense. And it's much scarier and fully powered than the one you've been hanging out with the entire game. Well, that'll be no problem. Let me just toss out my trusty partner Pokemon now. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so apparently the lab system has a fucking EMP that disables all Pokeballs. Don't know why they didn't use that in the first place, but okay. Quick! Use a Cherry Berry! Well, shit, my Master Roll game, it didn't pan out. I'm all out of ideas. Unless... You know... The entire game, Koraidon has been selectable in the party member for seemingly no reason. I thought they just put him there to be cute, which he is, but... What if... What? Yo! Oh my god! Let's go! Let's go! And then it all comes down to this. Your Koraidon versus the Rogue One. Who will win? It's you, because this is a scripted fight that you can't lose. But, man, that doesn't take away from the fact that this is still really awesome. The visuals, the music, your friends cheering you on. Now, this is one hell of a finale. I know Toby Fox made the music for this section, but did he also write it? This is the most Undertale-ass sequence I've ever seen in a game, and it's so out of line from the rest of the series. After you beat Koraidon, the AI professor gives a surprisingly touching speech acknowledging each character for overcoming their obstacles, wrapping all the themes together well, before giving one last goodbye to their, creator's son? Listen, the AI has the professor's memories apparently, so it's not weird. And destroying the time machine for good. The group celebrates their victory, even though Arvin just watched their parent die for the second time, and have one final cute and well-animated scene together as they walk home together. Resident Evil 2 Remake ending. Credits! Hey, was it just me or is that really good? That was bar none the best finale to a Pokemon game. Period. The cinematics, the character dialogue, how it perfectly brung together all the themes of the three storylines into one epic conclusion. It was plainly great. It's not the greatest story I've seen in a game by a long shot. Hell, not even in a JRPG on Switch that came out that year. Like I mentioned earlier, some character motivations are real shaky, and the entire experience suffers from a lack of voice acting. Again, all of this animation, and you couldn't get Matt Mercer in the booth for an afternoon. But for a Pokemon game, I'm not sure I could even ask for more. For the first time in ever, I have very few notes for the plot of a Pokemon game. I cared for pretty much every character. I found none of them annoying. I never felt like I was being bombarded with cutscenes out of nowhere. I was thoroughly entertained by the story of a Pokemon game. I just really have to let that set in for a while. While we can hem and haw about so many aspects of Scarlet and Violet, and which ones they got wrong, and which ones they got even wronger, the story is one aspect that I don't find many cracks in the armor with. Like, yes, the graphics are terrible, and maybe you don't like terrestrialization, or the way the open world is laid out, but I can't really see someone saying that the plot and characters of S&V are anything worse than inoffensive. Because, man, if you found it annoying in this game, boy, are you not gonna like the way 99% of other JRPGs handle it. And I think I'll leave it at that. I'll spare you the usual prophesizing of how this connects to every aspect of the game and the state of the games industry as a whole this time, and just give the story of Scarlet and Violet a hearty thumbs up.
Wow, we finally done it. We finally figured out that a 25-year-old man can in fact analyze the story of a children's game. But the question remains, can he analyze the DLC?
We need to have a conversation
about Pokemon DLC. You see, Game Freak had to adapt to the times, so they opted to continue the DLC trend with Scarlet and Violet. But was it really worth it? Was there anything lost in the transition to this model? Well, we're gonna figure that out today, and definitely not take way too long to answer it. Just like always.
Don't you just love modern gaming? I mean, am I alone here? Anybody else like paying more for games while the employees get treated worse? All while still somehow going through the slowest gaming crash in history? And by my estimation, all the big gaming companies are doing just great right now. I mean, if it's good enough for Ubisoft, then it's good enough for the creators of Cherubi.
Just barely!
Game Freak has never really been the kind of company to rethink their release schedule. I mean, they went the first 23 years of Pokemon's lifetime with the exact same business model, with only slight variations. It's a grift as old as time. Well, older than my time. You launch two versions of the same game at the same time, with only minute differences between the two. You get the rubes to pick allegiances like it's the goddamn election, and even bigger rubes to get both versions to prove how big of a fan they are, and I promise this isn't a result of unexplored trauma, and yes, I took my medication today! Then, a few years later, you make a third version, marketed as being the definitive version, even though sometimes it's not, and get everyone to buy it again.
Sounds great. I only have one suggestion though. What if we made it shittier?
You see, these days we live in the age of the ongoing game. With the technology to keep games up and going through regular updates, DLCs, and events, there's no need to put out a completely different product on store shelves. You could just support the game forever.
This has almost nothing to do with what we're about to talk about.
But it does set the stage for the gaming climate we're currently in. Clearly, Game Freak's old model was more than a bit outdated. They knew that they probably couldn't get away with releasing a third version of a game on a console with such quick and readily available internet access and storage. There had to be some kind of switch up to the way they upgraded these games. And in 2020, this is exactly what they did with Pokemon Sword and Shield. Instead of the fable to Pokemon Draw and Quarter or whatever, they released an expansion pass for the two games, allowing customers to expand their games with two new stories containing new regions, Pokemon, and gameplay improvements, all for $30. Now, in theory, this is nothing but a positive thing for both the game and the consumer. The game is able to be expanded with new and exciting content, and the consumer doesn't have to spend a whole other $60, plus not being able to transfer their save data over. However, what if I told you that the DLC model for Pokemon is not exactly a perfect solution?
Stockholm Syndrome is a bitch.
Yes, ever since the release of Gen 8's expansion pass, there's been a somewhat sizable discourse if DLC is the right fit for Pokemon, rather than the traditional third release. Now, while I'm not one to bring up every little argument the Pokemon community has, you couldn't pay me to have an opinion about shiny locking, I do think this is an interesting discussion to have, because there are legitimate things that have been lost in the transition to the DLC model. So, let's get into it. The main argument for the third release is that they traditionally fixed more major and structural issues the original two versions had. Things that would be very difficult to just patch in. Take Pokemon Crystal for example. That version of Gen 2 added more puzzles, subplots, and overall layout changes that benefited from being a completely different version of the game separate from the original release. Emerald switched up some of the gyms, Platinum added entire new areas and completely changed up the game speed. Hell, Ultra Sun and Moon changed so much about the base game and its plot that it's almost a completely different game. Most of these changes were a lot deeper than just new content in Pokemon. They gave Game Freak the chance to rebuild a game from the ground up, instead of patching up a rocky framework. And let me tell you, there hasn't been a rockier framework in the entire series than Scarlet and Violet. If there was ever a Pokemon game that needed a complete redo, it was this one. But for the sake of fairness, let's take a look at just how Game Freak updated Scarlet and Violet over the course of its lifetime, outside the content added in the DLC. So, let's see all the amazing tweaks and additions added in this living, breathing game. Well, first, they did in fact optimize something related to the boxes and how fast they loaded. When the game launched, for some reason the boxes would take a million years to load up the Pokemon sprites. So you had to sit there for a little bit before you can even do anything with them. But with update 1.2, they fixed this problem so the boxes loaded a lot faster. And as an added bonus, they added a ton of extra functionality to them. So, credit where credit is due, Game Freak did in fact fix a performance related problem in this one specific instance. Now, let's see what else. Oh, they updated the in-game camera to have a bunch more options when it comes to how you can position it and your Pokemon. Though it is still a clunky implementation of a photo mode, I wish they could just have it be a traditional free control photo mode rather than just having it be handheld. The farthest you could zoom out is still way too tight, and it's basically impossible to get a shot of you with your entire team. Then they fixed some bugs, did a bunch of terror raid events and mystery gifts, and that's it.
Don't do shit. It's genius. I'm starting to realize I do a lot of bits where I write stuff down.
Yes, over the course of Scarlet and Violet's 10 patches, there were not any fixes to the way the game looks or runs, or any other of the major problems with the game for that matter. Despite them putting out a weird, and in retrospect, damage controlling statement promising that they were going to look into it. And I promise, I looked extensively through each of these patch notes. There were virtually no other major fixes or quality of life features added. Unless you want an extended bit covering TM sorting, there's nothing else to discuss on the S&V patch front. The patches for Scarlet and Violet don't really make the best case for DLC in Pokemon, and that maybe the game could have benefited from a more extensive upgrade. From watching some deep dives on how S&V works under the hood, it's widely agreed that the performance problems stem more from fundamental flaws in the way the engine was built. So it's not necessarily something that could be fixed or optimized in a patch. A third version could, theoretically, allow Game Freak to fix some deep-seated problems with the way the game was built. But I'm not so sure that's how it would go down. Let me ask you, when has Game Freak ever done something like that in the third release? Sure, they've redesigned things in terms of game pace and overall structure in third versions before, but never anything as drastic as changing how the engine works. They did make Platinum a quote-unquote faster game overall compared to Diamond and Pearl, but that had more to do with the battle speed and making the character faster while surfing, not really in terms of performance or anything. As much as I love their games, Game Freak is one of the most frugal in terms of how they spend development resources, and it's always been that way. And I don't think they would have spent a whole lot of dev time making the game run better in a theoretical Pokemon Chartreuse or whatever. So I'm not exactly convinced that all, or even most of Scarlet and Violet's shortcomings would be fixed if they took a year to put out a new version. Also, let's be honest, the third version has always been a huge ripoff. Hey, you know that game you bought a couple years ago? Well, we just released a new version that completely makes the old one obsolete and improves it on every single aspect.
Oh wow! Can I upgrade my existing copy to the new one? Or at least carry over my save data?
Nope. $40 please. Also, your wife is leaving you.
Finally some good news. I'll take 4.
So let's pretend Game Freak did in fact make a new version of this game. Do you really think people would be happy with this announcement? People would have been way more upset if they had to spend a whole other $60 again just to play the not fucked up version of a game they basically beta tested. And I think Game Freak knew this all the way back in 2019 when they put out Sword and Shield. With the Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra, Game Freak was finally able to let go of this outdated pricing model while still being able to expand the game for half the price. But on the other hand, I always thought this expansion was mid as hell. Yeah, I never cared for either of Gen 8's DLCs to be honest. I feel like I always hear how the Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra fixed Sword and Shield and massively improved them, but I don't know, man, they never really moved me. The thing I did like about them was the fact that both of the areas in each region were just wild areas, compared to most of Sword and Shield with its generic ass towns. I loved exploring both of these maps, just wandering around catching Pokemon and vibing. Something I would later enjoy about Scarlet and Violet, and in retrospect, it's obvious that they were using this DLC as a testbed for the next generation. You know, whether or not the Pokemon formula could work in a completely open setting. But, much like the base game, that's all I see it as now. A test for something way more interesting that would come later. Because in terms of the stories, characters, and what you're trying to accomplish in these DLCs, it's just one big blank for me. Mustard was a cool character, and I kinda like the Reggie stuff in the Crown Tundra, but trying to get me to recall almost anything from these DLCs is like trying to have me remember what I had for lunch exactly 2 years ago. It was something I consumed, it was fine I guess, and I moved on with my life. So these are both imperfect solutions as far as I'm concerned. In a perfect world, I think it would be great if we could get improvements to the base game in patches along with DLC. But that's probably not happening. Whatever base versions of Gen 9, 10, and beyond is most likely going to have the same core problems for its entire lifetime. So let's assume for the foreseeable future, all Pokemon games will be going off the current expansion pass model, with 2 story expansions coming out post-release. What's the theoretical best case scenario? I feel like ideally, you would want a DLC expansion to stand out on its own, but not too much. These expansions would need to add some kind of improvements that fed back into the base game as well. So, I've built a 3-tiered rubric on which Scarlet and Violet's expansion, as well as any future DLCs, will be judged by. 1. Does the expansion add substantial improvements to the base game? This would include things like adding back past Pokemon into the National Dex and miscellaneous new features such as the item duplicator or ultra wormholes, as well as any optimization to the way the game runs in SNV's case. 2. Do the world, characters, and mechanics featured feel distinct enough to justify a separate story expansion? Basically, does the new region you can explore in the DLC feel unique compared to the base game, or does it feel like a retread of the same environments? And does the expansion have distinct characters and an original plot that holds as its own story? And 3, is the DLC long or big enough to stand alone as its own piece of content? This one's pretty straightforward. Is it enough bang for your buck? So, now that we've set the parameters, let's see what we're working with here. Scarlet and Violet's expansion pass, like Gen 8's, contains 2 separate story expansions. The Teal Mask, set in the land of Kitakami and focused around the Pokemon Ogerpon, and the Indigo Disc, which takes place back in Unova at Blueberry Academy, and is set at $35. $5 more than Gen 8's DLC. Oh, the next Pokemon game is totally going to be $70, isn't it? Released September 13th, 2023, it's part 1 of the Pokemon TM, Scarlet and Violet's The Hidden Treasure of Area Zero Expansion Pass, the Teal Mask.
Game Freak really needs to get more creative with their titles. I mean, anybody would have guessed that would be the name.
Too Long Didn't Read takes place in the Japanese-inspired land of Kitakami on a school field trip, where the player finds themselves discovering the shocking truth behind the region's mythology. But before we get into the specifics on what Kitakami has to offer on its own, let's cover and grade the small improvements the Teal Mask added to the base game. Emphasis on small. Alright, first and foremost, much like all the other expansions to date, many legacy Pokemon were added back to the National Dex of the base game via a patch. 102 Pokemon to be exact, which is honestly a pretty impressive number. Looking through the list, I do like how many of the older regional forms were added back into the game, and I'm pretty shocked to see how some other mons were originally omitted from the original release. Like, what do you mean Snorlax wasn't in this game already? Well, no wonder Vince Staples is yet to give his official statement on Gen 9.
Hello world, it's Vince Staples here along with Snorlax.
Alright, let's see, oh, there were quite a bit of cosmetics and hairstyles added. That's cool, I guess. At the very least, the Jinbei, not that one, outfit you unlock during the story allows your character to not look like a European school student for once. And, Rotom phone cases. Come on, there's gotta be something else in here. They added a slightly different type of mass outbreak that are online event-based and have even higher shiny odds. To be fair, these events are one of the only reasons I still boot this game up every once in a while. So that's not nothing, but I'm really scratching the bottom of the barrel here. Balance changes? As much as I would love to dedicate an entire 30-minute section to how Shifttree's second ability is now Windrider instead of Early Bird, I think I'm gonna call it there in terms of stuff I can reasonably call improvements to the base game. And yeah, it's not much. As I mentioned earlier, there's literally no optimization to the way the game runs. And Kitakami runs just as, if not worse than the base game, despite it being a smaller map. I think it may have something to do with the extra foliage, but what do I know? So I can pretty confidently say that the teal mask gets a C- for this section. I really had to scrape to find positive overall changes this expansion brought to the game. The returning Pokemon and the few new cosmetic options saved this from getting a failing grade in this department. But the base game isn't what we're here for, right? We want to explore a new region, meet new characters, and have completely new experiences we couldn't in the original release. So let's see what the Teal Mask has to offer as its own experience. You find your way to the new region by way of school trip, guided by new character Briar, who's a teacher at Unova's Blueberry Academy, as well as a descendant of one of the initial Area Zero researchers, and is trying to clear their name after the team's original findings were discredited. She guides the class to Kitakami, a mountainous, landlocked foreign region somewhere in the Pokemon world. Okay, I'm not usually the one to harp on continuity in these games, but does anybody else find it weird that we don't know exactly where this region is, or at least where its closest neighbor is? I only bring this up because the region in the next expansion makes it very clear where it takes place, and it's cooler because of it. They really couldn't have just said that Kitakami was the border region to Johto or Sinnoh or something. Anyways, it's here where you become acquainted with Kieran and Carmine, two siblings at Blueberry Academy, and locals to the small town of Masui. And Carmine, not taking well to outsiders, immediately challenges you to a Pokemon battle.
Xenophobia in my Pokemon game? Yeah, honestly, that's to be expected.
Carmine in these early portions of this DLC doesn't really do herself many favors, because she's also very verbally abusive to and controlling of her timid younger brother. She basically strong arms Kieran to team up with you for the first leg of the trip, which involves students going around and learning about Kitakami's history through these signboards scattered throughout significant locations in the region. It's here at the initial two signboards where you learn about the local tale of the Loyal Three, which involves a trio of heroic legendary Pokemon who sacrifice their lives defending Kitakami from a vicious ogre. Kieran, however, makes it pretty clear that he's a fan of the ogre and doesn't think it's the monster people make it out to be. It's not too long after this where you and Carmine run into the real ogre the myths tell about, a Pokemon named Ogerpon who wears masks to blend in and hide from people. But it's far from the ferocious monster that had been fabled. She's actually quite timid and afraid to approach humans, as she runs off and drops one of her masks in the process. After this encounter, the siblings' grandfather tells the real story of Ogerpon. As it turns out, the Loyal Three were evil Pokemon who came to Kitakami to cause havoc, and Ogerpon only killed them out of retaliation after they stole her masks and destroyed her home. So the villagers interpreting Ogerpon as a monster killing their guardians was a huge misunderstanding. Of course, Carmine is not exactly stoked after finding out that her hometown had been worshipping the Antichrist times 3 this entire time, but the grandfather tells both of you to keep it a secret for now, as anyone who speaks out against the Loyal Three are labeled as heretics. In the meantime, he promises to finally fix the lost fourth mask of Ogerpon, the Teal Mask.
Oh.
And it's probably here where I should talk about the structure of this DLC. Much like Paldea, Kitakami is a completely open map, where no matter your place in the story, you can explore any area freely. But as an open world, Kitakami is kinda disappointing. First off, most of the map is taken up by this massive mountain in the center. And while that's a bit of a unique thing to center the world around, it makes it seem really small. And there's not a ton of variety in the mountain region itself to make up for it. While I can understand and respect their attempt to make an open map with a real sense of verticality, it just ends up feeling extremely claustrophobic. Kitakami also has a bit of a structure problem compared to Paldea. Unlike the base game where you have the freedom to choose which order you tackle the objectives in, the Teal Mask has a very A to B to C structure to it. There's a few times where you're given a couple choices where to go, but for the most part it is very linear. I never felt like I was truly exploring Kitakami. I was just going from objective to objective. It's not bad by any means. At its core, it's still the same basic loop I enjoy from the base game, but it's most definitely a step down for me. Going back to the story, our objectives seem pretty straightforward so far. Fix Ogerpon's mask to get its trust, and tell the villagers the truth behind the myth. But it wouldn't be a story without some little shit making conflict happen, so of course Kieran had been eavesdropping on your conversation earlier. And, enraged, he steals the Teal Mask and challenges you to a battle for it. He feels just as othered and outcasted by everyone as Ogerpon, and resents you and Carmine for keeping this secret from him. After you beat him, he punches the monument dedicated to the Loyal Three out of frustration and runs away. Just before a huge fucking blast of energy comes out of the monument, and the Loyal Three are resurrected and ready to cause mayhem again. And to make things worse, they immediately run off and steal the remaining 3 masks, which powers them up massively. So you clean up the mess Kieran caused by tracking each of these 3 fucks down and taking the masks back. God, Kieran is such a frustrating character in this DLC. Let's blow off some steam by discussing some of the unique side content the Teal Mask has to offer. Well, first, there's Ogre Ousting, a fun little score-based minigame where you ride Koraidon. It's a cute little distraction, and, to make it better, you get a shiny Munchlax as a final reward after beating the hardest difficulty. I always love when they give us fun, unique ways of obtaining rare Pokemon. There's also a group of ultra hard NPCs called the Ogre Clan spread all across the map. They have VGC level AI and are pretty fun to fight. And might as well talk about the few new Pokemon that were added here. Diplin, which is a cool diversion evolution of Applin, but it's a bit unnecessary, especially since they staggered the release of this evolution line by putting the second evolution in the next DLC. Most people spent months with this thing in their boxes, wondering if Game Freak was ever going to do something with it. Then there's Poltergeist and Sinistra. I'm a big fan of the possessed object kind of Pokemon, so this line really works for me. It's a really cool use of a divergent evolution. Then there's the Loyal Three themselves, Okidoki, Munkidori, and Fezandipity. I don't know, man. This has got to be one of the lamest legendary trios of all time. Especially since Scarlet and Violet already has a great group of legendaries. Get these frauds out of here. I'm glad Kieran revived these fucks so I could personally send them back to hell where they belong. Then finally, there's Ogerpon, which is one of the only legendaries I've had on my team in my entire time playing Pokemon. Usually I treat the legendaries as trophies that will rot in my boxes well after I perish from this world, but something about Ogerpon's design and her mask system made me want to use her for my DLC playthrough, and I did not regret it. She is super fun to play around with in double battles specifically. I loved switching up her masks to fit my current situation. And coming to our final stop in terms of side content, we arrive at the Teal Mask's sole side quest, Timeless Woods. And boy, this is a good one. So, this side quest involves a new character named Perrin, a photographer who is visiting Kitakami to document a mysterious Pokemon known as the Blood Moon Beast. Her character, and this entire subquest for that matter, is a huge send-up to Legends Arceus. She's from Sinnoh, uses a Hisui and Growlithe as her partner Pokemon, and is very clearly a descendant of Adaman from that game. After you catch 150 Pokemon in the Kitakami Pokedex, she deems you worthy to come along with her to the Timeless Woods, which is where the Blood Moon Beast, a rumored special variant of Ursaluna, is located. The Ursaluna reportedly only comes out at night when it's foggy, so you wait until dusk, and in the meantime, Perrin has you photograph other Pokemon in the area, Pokemon Snap style. I swear to God, this is the only section in the entire game that makes use of both the camera and the sneaking feature. I honestly wouldn't mind if this was a recurring mission type in future games. There's something inherently cool about seeing Pokemon in their natural habitats, and the fact that a core series game explores this is awesome. It's not too long after where the actual beast makes an appearance, Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is, one of the best variants of a Pokemon I've ever seen. I thought the original Ursaluna was fine, but this form is frankly stunning in terms of its design. Its scarred face and bipedal stature makes it so imposing and cool looking. It damn near wiped out my entire team, and I only clutched it out thanks to the GO Mellow. I love this yellow frog, man. One of my favorite team members I've ever had. Anyways, after you beat and capture Blood Moon Ursaluna, you meet back with Perrin in town, whose photos of Ursaluna came out blurred and effectively useless. Regardless, she states that she's once again found her passion for photography and thanks you for your help, and leaves you with a Hisui and Growlithe of your own. That quest was one of my favorite sections in any Pokemon game to date. My only criticism is that there are not more things like this in Scarlet and Violet. You get to hang around a cool new character while learning about a unique wrinkle of the Pokemon world, and you get a bitching new form of a Pokemon at the end. Game Freak absolutely needs to keep this same energy with side quest design in the future. Well, that was a nice detour. Where were we in the story? Oh god, that's right. When you return to town, you find out Kieran had convinced the townspeople of Ogerpon's innocence, which is extremely convenient. Either these people are extremely swayable and or gullible, or Kieran is this master James Baldwin-esque public speaker. And one of those options is more likely than the other. Does this child look like he could write Go Tell It on the Mountain? Anyway, with the disloyal, dismembered three back in the dirt where they belong, the only thing left is to bring Ogerpon back to her home. However, it seems like Ogerpon would rather stay with you, as you're the one that helped it clear its name. But since Kieran's there, he can't let a good thing happen without throwing a fit for no reason, as he thinks that she should be his partner. So he batters you for her. After you easily beat him and give him a wedgie, he laments how weak he is, and proceeds to run off to his room. And that's pretty much the story of the Teal Mask. And it's fine. Ogerpon kinda saves it for me, as I really like her. As I made pretty clear, I didn't care much for Carmine, and especially Kieran, in part 1 of this DLC. Carmine, I'm a little more forgiving toward, because I don't think you're supposed to like her in the way she treats people at first, as she eventually comes around and has a bit of a redemption arc towards the end. But Kieran, oh boy. Despite being the one you're supposed to sympathize with, he just comes off as really unlikable and grating. Like, you want to be on his side since he's pretty transparently a victim, but it's really hard when he just starts causing problems for no reason. At least we'll never see him again, am I right? Hey, what's part 2 about? Judging whether or not the Teal Mask sets itself apart from the base game is tough for me, because it absolutely does, just not always in a super positive way. The story objectives are very dissimilar from Paldea's, but it's because they're super linear and boring. These are in fact different characters, but there's only like 4 of them, and the main 2 you're interacting with aren't really that likable. Kitakami is a distinct region from Paldea, in that it's super claustrophobic and doesn't have a ton of different biomes. But there are some things I do think really work here. Like I mentioned, Perrin's side quest is amazing and should absolutely set the tone for side quests in all future Pokemon games. Aesthetically, I do think Kitakami is a step up from Paldea. I mean, graphically, it still looks like mud, but a slightly more elegant kind of mud. It seems a lot more designed than the base game's open world, and there's a few more clear landmarks. So it gets a solid B from me in terms of originality. For better or worse, the Teal Mask does feel different from the base game in a tangible way. Now, let's get to the final square on the rubric. Does the Teal Mask justify its asking price? Let's be pedantic and assume that the value of this DLC is effectively $17.50, half the asking price of the DLC on the eShop. Does the Teal Mask have a good amount of valuable content for that price? Now, I would like to establish that I do not follow the hours per dollar mindset when it comes to judging the price value of media, especially games. I've played 3-hour-long games I would pay full price for, and I played 120-hour-long games you couldn't pay me to play again. So, taking this into account, do I think the Teal Mask is a good value? I mean, yeah, I guess, if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, for the most part, this is just more Scarlet and Violet with a really cool subquest, some interesting new and returning Pokemon, a slightly worse open world, and a substantially worse narrative and structure. Value is such an odd thing to calculate, since different things hold different value for different people. If you like Scarlet and Violet, I can't see you being too unhappy about the offerings the Teal Mask offers, but if you already don't like the game, nothing here is really gonna change your mind. So I'm gonna meet in the middle on this rating and give it a C in terms of value. But like a C with like a funny hat on it. And that's my assessment of the Teal Mask. And if you average the 3 ratings, it's like, what, a C+? You know, good effort, you still passed, but I know you're capable of a lot more. I don't think years down the line I'm really gonna be hankering for a replay of this portion of the DLC specifically. Like, oh boy, I can't wait to chase down those 3 fucks again and give a child an inferiority complex. And hey, speaking of which, released on December 14th, 2023, Part 2 of the Pokemon TM blah 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 blah, the Indigo Disc. This expansion takes place in Unova's Blueberry Academy, where you, as an exchange student, climb up the ranks of its league, as well as finally find that damn hidden treasure of Area Zero. Just a bit of a warning. A lot to talk about here, so brace yourself. Of course, we first need to go over what improvements the Indigo Disc brings to the base game. And there's a surprising amount to mention. There's an impressive 139 returning Pokemon added back into the National Dex. And this drop is special since they added a bunch of old legendaries, as well as every single starter back into the game, which was such a welcome surprise. There's even a whole post-game mechanic to get these starters to show up naturally in the open world. Nice stuff. New to the Indigo Disc is the item printer, which allows you to use TM materials to make various items. It's very similar to the Cramomatic from Sword and Shield, but I much prefer its implementation here. Not only because you get a ton of excess TM materials you wouldn't otherwise be using, it also allows you to get some pretty cool items. Most importantly, we finally have a new way of getting Terra Shards. I have no clue what took them so long to fix this, but thank God. You can even get rare Pokeballs from this machine, including extra Master Balls, which is crazy. They also added throwing styles, which are unlockable animation changes to the way your trainer throws out their Pokeballs in battle. It's small cosmetic changes like this that I wish Game Freak would do more of, so I'm glad they added it here. At the very end of the Indigo Disc, you unlock the ability for Koraidon/Miraidon to fly full on instead of just gliding. And man, this is such a nice reward. Being able to fly all around the open world freely is such a great feeling. Definitely the best in-game reward Game Freak has done. There's also a bunch of small additions. New TMs, the Catching Charm, the Mark Charm. There's a whole new Terra type, the Stellar type, which allows you to power up a move of any type while Terrestrialize, but at the cost of no unique defensive properties. Some new encounters and extra cutscenes were also added throughout the game. I especially like the one with Seda. Still no performance optimization, though I think the Terrarium runs the best out of the 3 maps, which is still not great, mind you. When it comes to improvements and optimizations to the base game, this is a major improvement from the Teal Mask. Just a bunch of cool little additions that make Scarlet and Violet better, though I can't give it a perfect rating since the performance issues are still very present. B+. Now it's time to see what sets this expansion apart from the base game, starting with the story. You're invited to be an exchange student at Unova's Blueberry Academy, a school where I would be really excited to be on their water polo team.
Mom, Dad, great news! I'm in the BBW!
At least it's better than being on the cross-country team. And boy, is it good to be back in Unova. Man, Nimbasa City looks different than I remember. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, so the majority of the Indigo Disc takes place in the Terrarium, a man-made undersea environment constructed by Blueberry Academy for educational purposes. Man, what kind of bougie-ass school is this to have billions of dollars to use on something like this? They really couldn't have just done a PowerPoint presentation? So yes, you won't be revisiting all the classic locations from Black and White, but I don't think this is a bad thing. First off, Unova is a big region, and making even a small section of it open world would probably be a big undertaking for Game Freak. So I understand why they made this decision. And 2, I think the Indigo Disc still manages to give us a ton of Gen 5 fan service, despite us not setting foot in the region proper. Characters related to old Black and White characters make an appearance. There's an entire cave that's a send up to Chargestone Cavern.
many of the tracks in the DLC directly sample Gen 5 music. There's this patch of land that's almost one-to-one the nature preserve. They put in a whole convoluted pseudo side quest to get Meloetta that people to this day haven't fully figured out, and that's just a few of the bigger examples. All across the terrarium are little nods to Unova, so they definitely made the most out of the setting in my opinion. And from a gameplay sense, the terrarium is one of the coolest locations Game Freak has ever cooked up. The fact that the terrarium is man-made makes it one of the most unique explorable locations in all of Pokemon. The clear dividers, all of these multicolored platforms spread across the region, and the skybox gives it a purposefully unnatural look that's really cool. I wouldn't call Scarlet and Violet a good looking game by any means, but this is probably the closest it's ever got to looking half decent. Turns out the game, with unfinished textures and uncanny looking landscapes, would be good at portraying a completely artificial environment. I don't know if they planned out this environment with Scarlet and Violet's technical restrictions in mind, or if it ended up being a happy accident, but it works out the same. It also carries over Kitakami's reliance on more unique landmarks, which adds a lot more character. You know, when Game Freak had the time to sneak a Lion King reference into the open world, that they had a ton of fun designing this thing. There's a ton of little optional caves and alcoves to explore, which gives the world way more depth compared to Kitakami and Paldea for that matter. I do think the terrarium is the most fun I had exploring in Scarlet and Violet. It's aesthetically the most pleasing, or as pleasing as anything in this game could be. There's a lot of diversity in the landmass, and it's got the most memorable areas and small secrets to discover. When you arrive at the terrarium, you're introduced to Lacey, one of the top students at the school, who ushers you through these early parts of the DLC and shows you around the area. And since there are in fact a few new faces here, why don't we go ahead and do a character whose design and personality I like, but don't have much to say about lightning round. Except even more lightning this time, since there's only like 5 new characters. Serrano! He's the director of Blueberry Academy, and also good friends with Clavel. He doesn't get much screen time, and I really mean it this time since he doesn't have an alter ego to worry about, but I do wish we got to see him more often in this DLC. I'll get into it later, but many of these new characters kinda get thrown to the wayside in the latter half of this DLC in favor of the larger plot. Lacey! She's the fairy-type BB League Elite Four member who is very heavily implied to be Clayton's daughter. She has some funny dialogue and was overall a welcome presence. Drayton! Another member of Blueberry's Elite Four, and he's actually the grandson of Drayden from Black and White. He's just a chill-ass dude that cheers you on over the course of the DLC, which is nice considering what character he's contrasted with, but we'll get into that in a bit. And that's it. Yeah, the other 2 Elite Four members I don't have much of anything to say about, and they're the only other new notable characters to speak of, which is kind of an overarching criticism I have about the entire S&V expansion. But whatever, let's get back to the story. It's not too long after you get yourself situated at Blueberry when you run into Carmine again, and there's something a bit off with her. She's a lot more friendly towards you, as if she didn't spend the first half of the DLC being the gaslight gatekeep girl boss poster girl, and as you talk to her more, she finally lets it out. Kieran has been acting like a completely different person after the events of the Teal Mask. Now instead of being an insufferable little shit, he's now an insufferable little shit with a bad attitude. And hair, and has gotten obsessed with getting stronger in Pokemon battling at others' expense, just to get back at you for defeating him in the battle over Ogerpon. When you first meet Drayton, he lets you know of Blueberry's take on the Pokemon League, the BB League.
Do I make an ass joke, or do I make fun of the fact that it sounds like a league for toddlers?
Much like a traditional Pokemon League, the BBL is composed of the Elite Four and a champion, with Drayton as the highest ranking Elite Four member and former champion, as he was just dethroned by Kieran. Due to a plot device, you're able to skip the usual trials a new student would have to go through, and are able to just challenge the Elite Four from the outset.
I smell a budget/time restraint.
And it's also here where I should explain Blueberry's mission structure, which is a bit odd. When you're given permission to challenge the BB League's Elite Four, the map turns into a mini version of the main game, structure-wise, with each of the 4 in their respective biomes, and you're able to challenge them in any order. But After you beat them, the game goes back to being linear, forcing you to take the critical path if you want to progress. The fact that both of the DLCs essentially handle linearity in the same way is really disappointing to me, as the open objectives in Paldea were one of the coolest things the game had going for it, and to see them regress here in the DLC is such a bummer. I don't know what happened here. Did they not know what they had with the base game? Did they take people's criticisms of the level scaling to heart and decide to not even bother giving the player choice and where to go in this open world game? I don't know, maybe I'm making too big of a deal out of this. You can still explore the open world freely outside the main story to your heart's content, and I really haven't seen other people criticize this aspect of the DLC, so I may be in the minority, but it's just so needlessly regressive. I honestly expected the DLC to be just as, if not more open-ended, so I guess my expectations just weren't in check. But now that we've entered Blueberry proper, let's tackle some of the new mechanics and features it offers. The big mechanic the Indigo Disc adds are Blueberry quests. Finally a G-rated acronym. These are small quests you're given to accomplish out in the open world while you're exploring, each quest giving a certain amount of BP. You can spend BP on various things in the terrarium, including the aforementioned item printer and throwing styles. Individually, the quests are very simple. Catch a Pokemon, take a picture of them in a certain biome, pick items off the ground, you know, community service. They're actually quite reminiscent of Legends Arceus' Pokédex quests to me, which, considering those wanted me to pull whatever hair I had left out of my skull, and to this day make me feel conflicted things about that game, you would think I would have similar feelings about the BBQs, but I really don't. The BBQs are a lot more passive and ignorable, so it doesn't trigger my OCD as much. Though, much like Legends Arceus, they do require a lot of grinding if you want the larger rewards. Like, I'm talking hours of grinding, so it does trigger my plot PTSD in that sense. That catching sound is burned into my brain! Speaking of BP, you can also use it to invite various characters from the game to your League club room to battle and trade with. There's actually quite a bit of content here. All of the characters have unique dialogue trees, full teams for you to battle, and bespoke Pokemon with their trainer tag to collect. You can invite up to 3 at a time, and they even have unique dialogue with each other. Game Freak did not have to go as hard as they did here. This little side mode is almost its own game within itself, though in typical Game Freak fashion, this mechanic is real-time dependent, so your interaction with it is limited by the Earth's rotation for some stupid reason. Speaking of battles, trainer battles in the Indigo Disc are also exclusively double battles. This made for the most fun I've had creating team comps in any Pokemon game. I had a blast making strategies for these battles. There's also the Synchro Machine. Unlocked during the main story, it allows you to take control of your Pokemon at any point. Every single Pokemon in the game is compatible with it, and you can even fly with the mons that are able to. And there's no proximity limit to it, so you can go as far away from your original position as you want. I tested this with my Clodsire, and I hauled her ass all across the map with no problem. There's not a whole lot of practical use for this, but it's a super neat and fun feature regardless. However, there is one big downside. It can only be used in the terrarium. This is a really dumb restriction, and I can only speculate that it's this way because they didn't want to QA the feature in the other 2 maps, which is a bit lame. But I still think this is really cool, and I hope they expand on this feature in the future. And before we finally get back to the story, let's run through the few new Pokemon that were added. Archaludon, awesome new evolution to Duraludon, possibly a reference to a monument in Seville, as well as being a bridge. Hydrapple, the final evolution to the new Divergent Applin line. It's a cool design, but I still don't know why they released this evolution line like Netflix does with seasons of anime. Killed any desire for me to raise one myself. New Paradox Pokemon. The past Paradox Pokemon are based off the legendary trio from Johto, and the future ones are the trio from Unova. They're mostly fine, and my thoughts on Paradox Pokemon in general are still unchanged. I don't really like the look of any of the future ones, and the past ones at the very least have some cool design elements. Terapagos. Despite it being the main focus of this entire DLC, I don't really have many thoughts on this guy. It's cute, and that's all I got. Definitely a step down from Ogerpon. The most interesting thing about it is its introduction of the new Terra type. Jesus Christ, that took forever. Told you this was gonna be a long one. Anyways, you go through the Elite Four and are finally able to rematch Kieran. And to be fair to him, he is a lot tougher than his last incarnation. Often cited as one of, if not the hardest battle in the game. Though, he did try to use Weather Ball on a Pokemon with Water Absorb, so it seems all that training could only get him so far. After he's defeated, he damn near has a Kira level cringe-fest meltdown in front of everybody. And you're awarded with the champion title. But before you're able to celebrate your victory, you're summoned by Briar, who tells you that she was finally given clearance to commence an expedition of Area Zero.
At some point, you gotta call CPS. This is now the second grown adult bringing children to the fucked up crater that kills you.
You see, she's after a legendary Pokemon her ancestor was researching before it was cut short and his research discredited. A Pokemon known as Terapagos, which has some connection to the whole terrestrial phenomenon in Paldea. Before you embark, the fraud Enrica entrusts you with the Indigo Disc. A relic that does something. I don't know, fucking figure it out. Well, it doesn't actually take you long to figure it out, since when you get to the Zero Lab, you insert the disc into a slot that was totally there before, and it allows you to take an elevator to the deepest part of Area Zero, which was also totally there the entire time.
I know people that don't use plot contrivances, and they're all cowards!
Within this deep cavern, you come across some wild Terra Pokemon with an odd 19th type you haven't seen before, the Stellar type. And you eventually make your way to the source of this unique terrestrial energy, the legendary Terapagos, in its dormant form. Kieran, being the dim bulb he is, takes it upon himself to try and take this powerful dormant monster out of its slumber by force, and almost detaches his arms from his scrawny frame in the process. But, by some stroke of dumb luck, he actually manages to pull Terapagos from its crystal. And before this thing even has a chance to take in its surroundings, Kieran panics and catches the legendary in a Master Ball because it kind of looked in your direction. You half expect him to say, "No take backsies." Briar suggests to battle Terapagos to test its power, but since Kieran is its master, of course he forgets that the terrestrial Pokemon needs to be terrestrialized to unlock its power. So he terrestrializes it, and of fucking course! We could have had a normal expedition, but no! Why don't Kieran end up being the strongest? Look what happened now! Terapagos' power goes out of control and nothing can stop it. Even when Kieran tries to call it back into its Pokeball. And the only way for you to stop it is to overpower it with the strength of all three of you. And of course you have to convince Kieran to help you, instead of looking like a deer in headlights. With the combined effort of you, Kieran, and Carmine, you're finally able to calm down Terapagos and catch it for yourself. Good job, team! I don't like any of you people. After this experience, Kieran is left with an odd sense of clarity as he apologizes to everyone for how he's been acting, and admits that he's become too obsessed with trying to be just like you. He even asks if you can start over and be friends.
Too late!
I'm sorry. We need to have a quick discussion about this kid. What exactly was the message Game Freak was trying to impart with this character? Much like other rivals, especially the ones in Scarlet and Violet, Kieran is completely obsessed with this one thing that he cannot let go of, and it affects him and the people around him in a negative way. But unlike the other rivals, I have no interest in seeing what this guy's arc is, because I don't like him at all. And in concept, I have no problem with a character like this being unlikable at the beginning and later seeing the error of their ways. But the turn happens way too sudden for it to be impactful in any way. Maybe it's a side effect of this being a story that can only be told within the runtime of this DLC, but I don't know. Kieran was given 2 whole stories to develop, and Game Freak waited until the very last second to try and redeem him. He spends the first 10% being boring, 85% being insufferable, and the last 5% he's all, "Can we be friends, please?" This has gotta be one of the weakest rivals they've ever come up with. It's like they took all the worst takes about how the rival is supposed to be unlikable actually on the internet to heart and came up with the most head-ass and insufferable character in the series' entire history. Anyway, that's pretty much the story of the Indigo Disc. Briar publishes her fucking book written with the blood of children, but I'm not really interested in going into that. Overall, when it comes to the plot of both expansions, I do think it's a pretty noticeable step down from the main game. It's not even just the central characters being off-putting, I also think it's just very unfocused. You're on a school trip, but here's the folklore of this town you're in, but now focus on these dysfunctional siblings. Now you're adopting an ogre. Now murder these 3 fucks. Now you're an exchange student. Here's all these new characters and a detailed explanation of how their school system works. Never mind, this entire thing was about helping this woman write her book about this legendary Pokemon. There's not a ton of connective tissue here to carry the story from beat to beat. It feels very random, and without the characters and heart the base game had to keep me interested, I can only shrug my shoulders at the story content of the hidden treasure of Area Zero. I think my biggest diss I can lay on it is that it's just another Pokemon story. You're better off mashing A, which is a shame. If you couldn't tell from this section of the video being the longest by pure word count, the Indigo Disc has a ton to offer on its own. It's got its own progression system, a singular open world, lots to explore, some cool bespoke mechanics. There's a lot to sink your teeth into compared to the Teal Mask. Hell, to all of the previous expansions, to be frank. But much like the other expansions, the story content is not much to write home about in my opinion. I think they almost get there with Kieran, but he's way too one note for me to take him seriously. And his arc concludes way too abruptly, which is a real bummer considering Nemona was such a step in the right direction. The Teal Mask also gets an A- for this section. And now we arrive at the final question. Does the Indigo Disc have enough value for its asking price? Since this section has gone on way too long, and I'm pretty sure you can already surmise what my answer is going to be for this question, I'm just going to cut to the chase. Yes, the Indigo Disc is a good value for the asking price. I did not regret playing through this, and I would gladly play through it again. Whatever my misgivings of the story and characters are, this is still probably the best expansion they've done to date. A for value, A- overall. And with the full expansion pass reviewed, I can confidently say that the whole thing, warts and all, was in fact worth it. Worth the switch to the DLC model, worth its asking price, worth my male pattern baldness, and was a marketed improvement over Sword and Shield's expansion.
And wow, here we are, the end of the Scarlet and Violet analysis. It has been an amazing What the fuck is this thing?
So, not long after the Indigo Disc dropped, data miners found a new mythical Pokemon and a whole event quest tied to it within the game's files, leaving many of us to speculate when and how Game Freak was going to drop this on us. And then on January 11th, 2024, distributed through a mystery gift, the epilogue of the hidden treasure of Area Zero, Mochi Mayhem, was released. This storyline takes place back in Kitakami and follows a mischievous mythical Pokemon, Pecharunt, who mind controls the population of Masui, and it's up to you and your friends to put a stop to it. Now, I'm not going to go in depth with this epilogue for two main reasons. One, it's very short and silly. It only took me about an hour to beat, and that summary I just gave covers 95% of what happens in it. And two, this video's getting way too fucking long. But what I do want to say about it is that it gives you an excuse to hang out with Nemona, Penny, and Arven for one final time. Granted, these two assholes are here as well, but it's nice to get a bit of closure on these characters, as they make zero appearances during the rest of the DLC. Mochi Mayhem is pretty frivolous, but it's got some funny moments and cool battles, and as far as mystery gift events go, it's a pretty sweet way to send Scarlet and Violet off.
And that, finally, is the last possible, conceivable thing to talk about Scarlet and Violet. I would like to personally thank everyone for watching. God damn it!
The Nintendo Switch 2. Pretty neat console. Mario Kart World sure is a Mario Kart game. The system is now my dedicated Raito remastered machine until Donkey Kong comes out. But the reason the Switch 2 pertains to this discussion is that Scarlet and Violet actually received a patch to run better on it. Now, don't get your hopes up. I'm sure it'll just make the game run at a stable 30 with a slightly better resolution. What am I looking at? Okay, so when they said that Scarlet and Violet got optimized and improved image quality and improved frame rate, they meant full 60 FPS and 4K output. I can't believe it after all this time, all the complaining, years of seeing argument after argument about the way this game runs. They just fixed it like that. And let's be clear, there are no caveats here. Oh, it only runs at 60 FPS in certain areas. Oh, the resolution scaling is bad. This area still chugs. No! From the testing I and many other people have done, Scarlet and Violet received a visual upgrade on all fronts across the board. Honestly, this version of the game is weird to see after playing the base Switch version for over 200 hours. It kind of made me sick to look at for the first few hours, just because I wasn't used to the game looking this smooth. It runs at a very stable 60, upscaled 4K, the draw distance is way better, there's no longer a problem with low poly or low frame rate versions of models showing up way closer than they should, so many more Pokemon show up at once with no drawbacks. I swear to God, the textures got updated. Look how shiny Miraidon is now. Scarlet and Violet went from the worst performing game in the series to the best with one update. It's now the only Pokemon game to run at 60 FPS. Technically Emerald and Gen 5's battles ran at 60 FPS. Shut up! Look at this footage! This is an open world Pokemon game running like it's on a high-end PC. Obviously, this puts this analysis in a bit of a weird spot. Now that the game runs and looks somewhat like a normal video game, does this now retroactively disqualify all past complaints about the performance? Well, in my opinion, no. Exhibit A, the invoice from my therapist. Regardless of the new version of the game, this was still the version we have to put up with for over 2 years. They had all that time to do some kind of optimization to the game, and it debatably only got worse up to before the Switch 2 update. The fucked up Switch 1 version is still more than available and is how 95% of people experience the game. So no, I don't think they're completely off the hook for now. Exhibit B, my second mortgage. Yeah, also to experience this new update, you need to have a Switch 2, which is a $450 console at the time of making this video. You need to purchase in a time where extra income is a bit scarce, let's say. This is almost the third version argument from earlier on steroids if you want to be really cynical about it. You know, Game Freak charges fans $450 to play game normally. But I'm trying to not be that guy. So let's just move on to Exhibit C. I rest my case. While the game looks immensely better on all fronts, it's still pretty ugly. The textures are still really flat, and the higher fidelity only makes the art style clash a lot more obvious. The Pokemon and humans really do look like they live in different worlds now. The Mons have all these pores and texture and stuff, and then there's the people with their flat anime faces. Some buildings and the bigger environmental objects still look very rough at a distance. So the game retains its unpolished identity despite the Switch 2 improvements. That's also not to bring up all the other non-performance problems I still have with the game, which did not get addressed with the Switch 2 update. But this is still a big boon in S&V's favor. And the fact that the update is free after you get the console is legitimately great. I could easily have seen them making this a paid Switch 2 edition, but no, you just put the cartridge in Switch 2 and boom, modern video game.
And finally, there is nothing else to talk about when it comes to Scarlet and Violet. The book is closed. But its sequel is knocking on my doorstep. I'm gonna be talking about this series until the day I die, huh?
Pokemon Legends Z-A, a title I'm still trying to decipher to this day. This is now the second Legends game, this time taking place in modern-day Lumio City, undergoing an urban redevelopment plan, aiming to bring both people and Pokemon together. Weren't people in Pokemon already together? Anyway, now, me being who I am, I definitely plan on having a larger discussion on this game later down the line, let's say. So, I'll save many of my more general thoughts on the setup for this game for that video, but as a quick summary, I find it hilarious we're effectively getting Pokemon Z all these years later. I love the Gen 2 representation in the starters. I'm really interested to see what they do with AZ in this game, and I look forward to all the new Megas. Now, I do want to focus on a few different topics that are more speculation based and have to do with its relation to the series as a whole. First off, and the most interesting to me, that setting. It has been confirmed that Legend ZA will take place entirely within Lumio City, and that is something that is simultaneously both exciting and absolutely scares the shit out of me. Now, don't get me wrong, the idea of a completely urban Pokemon game sounds like something with a ton of potential. I'm just not entirely convinced Game Freak will capitalize on that potential. The way the game works is that wild Pokemon will be relegated to areas called Wild Zones spread all across Lumios. And at least from what we've been shown so far, all of the Wild Zones look kinda small and a bit samey. One of the biggest points in Legends Arceus' favor was the hanging threat of danger you felt when exploring out in the open areas. No matter where you went, you were wary of any potential higher level Pokemon coming and messing your day up. Having the Pokemon be relegated behind these baby gates kinda takes that feeling away. Now, it's very possible that A, the danger this world presents is not necessarily a focus of this game, and there will be other ways the game challenges the player and builds tension, especially since there seems to be a bigger focus on trainer battles this time. Or B, we just haven't been shown any of the more treacherous wild zones or special events that can happen while exploring. We don't have a full view of this game yet, and there may be an entirely different facet to this map Nintendo doesn't want to spoil us on. I really hope they pull a Tears of the Kingdom on us, and there's an entire underbelly to the city that's a ton more dangerous than what you could find on the surface. Much like how Paris in real life has an underground city. But either way, I hope the wild zones end up being way more than what we've been shown so far, which is, in my opinion, a bit of a step down from Legends Arceus. And then there's the topic of the battle system, which for the first time in the series' history has gone completely real time. Now, oh boy, do I have some thoughts on this. Many of which I'll reserve until I've actually had hands-on with the game itself, but much like the last topic, I am extremely skeptical of Game Freak's ability to pull this off. You see, from what we've been shown so far, moves are now cooldown based, and the combat focuses a lot on dodging out of the way of enemy attacks. From a glance, it looks like a mix between FF7 Remake and the Xenoblade games, and it looks okay. I definitely applaud them for trying something new, but I don't know. Does this look a little bit sluggish to anybody else? The fact that you're doing real-time commands to a character you don't have direct control over could definitely be a point of failure in the combat system. And I could see it lead to the combat feeling kind of frustrating. One thing I do find very interesting is this particular shot of stealth rocks being used. It's now an area of denial move that forces you to physically move around it. That's honestly awesome, and I hope Game Freak uses both old and new moves in more unique ways like this. Like I said earlier, there's still a lot up in the air with this game. We've only been shown very specific portions of it, so all these opinions are subject to change when the game actually comes out. It's also getting a Switch 2 version, which, like Scarlet and Violet, seems to run and look like a normal video game. So maybe Pokemon's graphical problems will now be a thing of the past. Have I mentioned that I'm delusional? And with that, I'm finally done with this analysis! No more Scarlet and Violet! I'm free!
You know, in a lot of ways, Scarlet and Violet are my ideal Pokemon games. If I showed this game to a 7-year-old me, I would have freaked out. Mostly because some weird man was trying to talk to me. It's got a pretty great open world, good quality of life,
a ton of cool Pokemon designs, fun gameplay, and a story I legitimately cared about. On paper, Gen 9 is the game I've been screaming at Game Freak to make for over a decade now. Get away from this formula, spread out, make something wild, new, and cool while still paying tribute to tradition. This game does all that. This is, without a doubt in my mind, the biggest leap between mainline games the series has ever seen. It's night and day between Sword and Shield. I do not understand people who prop up Gen 8 as some better version of SNV. To me, this game completely erases it. I'm never going to replay Gen 8 for as long as I live because there's no reason to. It's that much of an improvement. But the cost for that innovation was steep. For everything I like about Scarlet and Violet, there's 4 more imperfect things I could point to and pick apart. The unpolishedness, the terrace system, the weird level scaling, odd animations, broken animations, archaic design decisions, bad DLC pacing, unlikable/forgettable characters. This big grayed out section of the map at the top right corner Game Freak has never acknowledged, and no one knows why it's given visual real estate. Just to torture and mock us? I could go on, but in a way, I also get it from Game Freak's perspective. As someone who struggles with imperfection, a big reason why this entire analysis took so long to make, I can respect saying fuck it, let's be messy. Make the game people have been clamoring for years, even though we have limited time to make it, warts and all. No matter what I say about Scarlet and Violet, I will always prefer games like this to good, polished, but ultimately forgettable ones. Flaws are the thing that light up my brain and make me so damn interested in art. Forget just video games. Whether it be games, music, movies, anime, TV, I will always give more points for experimentation in art, even if it doesn't pan out all the way in the end. So, after all this, what's the verdict on Gen 9? What am I gonna score it out of 10? And to that, here's my answer. Who cares? There is no way I could possibly condense my thoughts on this game into one number symbolizing how much I enjoyed it. After writing over 30,000 words on it and spending day after day editing and working on these videos, how could I? But to add some closure, I will say this. I appreciate the hell out of Scarlet and Violet. It may not be my favorite in the series, most likely not even top 5, but it's definitely the entry I'm gonna think about the most from now on. This game is such a weird anomaly, even within its own series, and I don't think people give it enough credit for that. But I see you, Scarlet and Violet. I see and appreciate what you stand for. And even though you often frustrated and confused me, I had a blast along the way. Thank you.
Now that we can look back at Scarlet and Violet as a finished project, I already feel like some of its faults are starting to become a little bit more forgivable. I guess if I were to put it into a metaphor, playing, talking about, and even thinking about Scarlet and Violet can often feel like you're taking a bite out of a lemon with the rind still on. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta wade through the bad stuff to get at the good at the core. So, here's the imperfection. Oh, that fucking sucks.